Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
There's 1-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. Payne has got it to second one. On the first, there's two. And the Astros come to Arlington and take game 3. Back on the road and back in the win column.
Yeah, that's where they win, on the road, and specifically up there in Arlington. And they won last night, Seth, and they're winning again tonight. I'm telling you right now, they are winning. They are evening this series tonight, the Astros are. I'm feeling it.
Look, there's just no reason to even overthink it or wonder why or, attach any ration to it at all. They just love that ballpark. So much of this is just the Rangers' comeuppance for not helping us out during Harvey, I think. And it's as simple as that. The baseball gods have decided that no, that shall not go unpunished. You're going to have to wait to get your piece of the pie until after the Astros are done kind of inaugurating your new stadium over the course of the first couple of years.
Yeah.
Honestly, how embarrassing is that? How embarrassing is that you build this nice new big old barn of a building and your divisional foe and your pappy loves it. Just absolutely loves it. It's basically like, you know what they've done? It's like they've made the bed for their wife's lover. It's like, oh, my wife is cheating on me, but let me be sure that I take care of the fella because he seems like a swell guy.
I hear he likes the fine weave sheets. I hear he likes the mattress a little soft, like he likes the memory foam.
They gave their wife's lover a big thread count.
Right, right. Yeah, thread count. That's what I was thinking of. Yes.
The Rangers are going to go sleep on a burlap sack, but they're going to give their wife's lover the, I don't know, whatever a high thread count is. I can't remember.
The Astros, they
since I bought sheets.
They have one of those cooling mattresses because they like it a little cooler at night. Yeah. Thank you, Rangers. Thank you,
Rangers.
Thank you.
Your stupid, easy-to-hit batting cage.
That's
right. It's the world's biggest batting cage for the Astros.
Yep. This is why, Seth, this is why I feel like they're winning tonight. They were like a cumulative total of about 10 feet away from winning that thing 15-5 last night, not 8-5.
Yeah, like all of Altuve's hits to the outfield would have been home runs in half of the major league ballparks.
They're seeing it, man.
Yeah, Scherzer, even in the first inning, that's when I told you. I texted you after the first inning, Scherzer screwed. Because those were hard hit balls to the warning track. Those weren't pop-ups. Javier came out and there were a bunch of genuine pop-ups. The Astros were making good contact right off the bat, and then by the second inning, everything just imploded upon them.
I thought that the fast start was key. They asked 3-0 on the playoffs when they've scored first, and we know what it's looked like throughout the season when they scored first. Kudos to Maldi, too, and I'm not even being, tongue-in-cheek or sarcastic. I know he's taken a beating this year on this show, many shows, Twitter, everything else. That was a huge hit in the first inning to go from 1-0 to 3-0 and give Javier a little room to work with. That was huge in the first inning. Christian Javier coming out, you just alluded to it, Seth. Not that he pitched well, but that he came out and he looked like dominant Javier for most of that time he was out there. I wish he'd gotten out of that jam in the sixth inning, because if he gave you 6 shutout innings, that was what we've seen out of that was indicative of the Javier that we've seen in the postseason so far. I thought it was big, Seth, that Javier came out in the first inning and got 10 pitches, no slew of 3-2 counts, no long at bats. Just came out early and mowed them down early and was able to kind of stay ahead of the pitch count thing the whole time.
Well, it was even though too. He got up to the 1-3-0 count early on and just reeled it right back in. Yeah. There weren't. I almost he was just so on it. By the time that Tavares got that hit, he'd thrown 178 fastballs before anybody gotten a hit off of it. Him in the playoffs, if you could maybe just don't play him until the playoffs next year.
Dude.
Maybe if he's got the dead arm, or you know what? Because remember what worked so well last year was he started off as a reliever and then started stretching him out, and they slowly stretched him out through the course of the season. And he was one of the best pitchers in baseball, but you never knew it because he wasn't on the leaderboard because he didn't have enough qualified pitches. Whatever you have to do to keep him off of the leaderboard, like that's the number of innings he needs to pitch
threshold.
next season.
Just keep him right
and then
below it.
Yeah, and then he can just go and pitch various no-hitters during the postseason. That's all we need to do out of
this.
For him.
You know what this is a lesson in, Seth? Like, because I get a little caught up in this at times, is the value of the contract that you give a guy. And they gave Javier a contract last year. You know, they kind of bought out his arbitration years, gave him 5 years, $65 million, so about $13 million a year. And for most of the season, if you're looking at it, I go, okay, well, he's not even pitching to that level. He's got an ERA of like 7 for 3 months out of the year. The 2 starts he's had in the postseason, one against Minnesota and one against the Rangers, both of which the Astros won in crucial junctures. Game 3 in that Minnesota series was a swing game. That was a rubber game right there where the game series, they took control of the series in that game. He's pitching against Sonny Gray in that game too, by the way. Yeah. And then in this game last night, they lose this game last night, and the season's probably over. They're down 3-0. I know it's happened before, but let's be real about this. He earned his $13 million in the last week. You know what I mean? Like, the regular season, I don't care what it was at this point.
And I mean, it's a lot of stuff where you can argue about in the offseason, but in terms of the approach and yes, like having Brantley, hey, Brantley's old, he's not available, you don't know when he's even going to show up, and then all of a sudden he's making a play out there like he's a 22-year-old rookie in center, just hoofing it. I worry about how he feels this morning after that little.
He didn't go to the ground, which was good. Yeah. If he'd gone to the ground, I would have been worried that he lands on the shoulder or something like that.
So yeah, I mean, it really that was a fun game to watch. Obviously, just partly because I'm cocky enough about the relievers right now that you give up a home run or what have you. I don't care. It's you get that healthy lead once you enter the bullpen. I felt really good.
I never felt like they were losing that game last night. And you're right. Like, they kept them at arm's length the whole game too. That was big. That's what made the Brantley catch so big to me, Seth. Because I think at the time when Brantley made that catch, it was 5-2, and Javier had just left the game. He gave up that double, and I forget to who, but he gave up a double. And then they take Javier out. They bring Neris in. And it's Adolis Garcia was the one who hit the fly ball that Brantley caught. To me, it was similar to the Pena double play in Javier's last start, the one against Sonny Gray, where I don't know, Javier wasn't on the mound at that point. I think it was Hunter Brown who was on the mound. But the score of that game was 6-1. So on the scoreboard, it's not a super close game, but there was one out, and the Twins had the bases loaded in that game, and Pena makes that stop to turn a double play, and they get out of the inning, and it's 6-1. If he doesn't make that play, it's 6-3, and the inning's still going. Mm-hmm. And similarly, last night with Brantley, it's 5-2, runner on second, 2 outs. If he doesn't catch that ball, it's rolling around there, run scores, and now you've got 5-3 with a runner in scoring position, and momentum in the building, and the crowd to it, and all that stuff. And instead, it's 5-2, and you move on to the 7th inning. It's just. To me, like, those defensive plays are huge, not just because of the run they prevent on that play, but the fact that with 2 outs, it prevents the inning from even keeping, it ends the inning. You get out of the whole thing, Mm-hmm. So it's huge.
So Scherzer, I guess I allowed myself to get petty as the game went on, too, just thinking about how Scherzer had supposedly, reportedly, called, what did he say about Verlander, according to the New York Times columnist? Either that he was a diva or whatever it might be.
I don't think it was Scherzer who said that. The Mets, there were some Mets in the building who had said that when Verlander left. Scherzer got traded before Verlander did.
Right. Yeah, Justin Verlander's diva attitude didn't sit well with Max Scherzer was the headline in the New York Post.
Okay.
And the Mets. So that was whatever those rumors were and however much truth there was to it.
Okay.
Then he gets what's coming to him. He gets what's coming to him. You don't know. You don't understand. And you lobby your way back onto the team after a month off because your gigantic ego can't help but want to avenge your last drubbing by the Astros. So what do? You go out and you get drubbed again by the Astros.
4 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, hex intact. Boom. I love it. Yeah. We got to figure out who we're hexing tonight. We'll do that later in the show, I'm sure.
Yeah, we got a long show.
We got a long show. We'll figure that out later. I tweeted this right after the game, Seth. Don't overthink this. This is the group. Like, this is the lineup. This is the lineup Dusty needs to. I don't need to start jerking on with so-and-so hits lefties, so-and-so does this, so-and-so does that. Ride this lineup right now until it bucks you off. This. I think Dubon in center field instead of Chaz. Chaz had a great season. Dubon is just in the playoffs. It just feels like a steadier thing. He's a better defensive player. He makes contact. We saw it last night. He comes up in a spot in the order where oftentimes with the guys batting in front of him, you just need a hit and just keep the thing going.
He's a bit of a good luck charm too. He's a Springer light, I think. There's something about his energy out there that it is like if you shrunk Springer down by 30% and put him out there, that's what you've got. So whatever the mojo and the juju and the yaya is, put him out there.
They did all three things we talked about. Dusty did. He moved.
The mojo, the juju, and the yaya.
No. Well, yes. So all six things. Then those three, and then he moved Tucker down. He put Dubon in for Chaz, and he moved Brantley up to the 2-hole. He did all three of those things, and they all
might
made
have been
sense.
the most universally agreed upon okay with move I've seen on social media by Dusty this year. I thought a lot of people that are
the whole
generally
thing?
very critical of like when the lineup came out. Maybe it was just my feed. I saw a lot of people just were like, oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense.
Yep,
cool.
Yep, it was good. So I would stick with this group. I'd trot the same lineup out there tonight and roll with it. And Tucker in the 6-hole, Brantley in the 2. And Brantley, you just got to keep playing him. I don't know what his shoulder situation is, but he needs to play. He's got to. You need all these games right now. I think if you're swapping him and Jordan with a DH or something. You got to be in the lineup. You got to be in the lineup. Yeah, one way. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if Jordan makes that catch in left center last night.
No, most likely not. I don't know. Maybe Dubon. Maybe Dubon would have had it because Dubon pulled up pretty early. I think when he saw that Brantley had the track on it, so maybe Dubon would have made it. But you're right. Yeah. Jordan. You can't just rely on Jordan to hit to either hit home runs or drive in 2 or 3 runs every single night, except I think maybe you can.
Right now, I think you can. Yeah. I mean, he's 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs, and they had to pull one out of the center field from over the center field wall to keep him from 3 for 4. He's seeing the ball, man. This is good, man. I'm feeling really, really good. It's not just the heat off of one game. I think there's things in that game last night you look at and go, okay, this looks like the Astros here. We'll talk a whole lot more about this, I promise, as we roll on today. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good news for the Texans, too. Bye week, but they're pulling in some hardware. I think we found at least one player who maybe when Nick was saying some folks, I'm paraphrasing, but, some folks are some folks are swarming better than others right now. I know of at least one player who I think is not on the non-swarming list for the Texans. We've got the audio to prove it. That is next. Men's Tea Clinic. I will swarm over there after the show and go get my testosterone boost for the week. And if you're a guy who's kind of, just feeling a little sideways right now, it can be any number.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll get back to the Astros here in a little bit. A little Texans news. Blake Cashman, we knew he was good on Sunday. I didn't know he was the best defensive player in the AFC on Sunday. Apparently he is.
He was, Sean.
I
watched every single AFC game, every single snap. And I thought to myself,
what'd you learn?
Got it this week.
What'd you find out, Professor?
I took 90 minutes to watch every single snap of every AFC game. And I thought, yeah, Cashman's a guy. He's getting robbed if it's not Cashman this week.
He's having a hell of a year, man. Yeah, he won AFC Defensive Player of the Week if you hadn't picked that up yet. 15 tackles, 2 TFLs, broke up a pair of passes. That matched the eye test. Like, you go back and watch the game, like, Blake Cashman is around stuff all the time.
Well, and it's nice, too, because it wasn't one of those maybe 2022 or 2021 era Houston Texans high output tackle production game from a linebacker where it's like 15 tackles, all of them for 7-yard gains.
Yeah.
These were actually impactful tackles. Yeah. It was really cool.
He wasn't Camus, Grugier, Cashman on Sunday, right?
Yeah, it's like, Camus got 27 tackles and not a single person covered the entire time.
Right.
No, you know what Camus was annoying because a lot of his tackles were on receptions that he had allowed.
Yes.
So it was like, okay, the worse he was in coverage, the more tag. He was such a secure and sound tackler 10 yards downfield after allowing a reception.
The best with Camus, and you pointed this out, not to look backwards, we're looking forwards, but as long as we're on this, like, the best would be like, God, he had 13 tackles, and I don't remember him even, like, I don't know if he was on the field on a running play. Like, I never saw him, and then you watch the All-22, like, oh, there he is. He's getting shoved out of bounds the opposite direction that the play is running right now.
The Camus Grugier Hill special was running in the exact opposite direction of everybody else. Like, if he was manned up on somebody, that play was going to be a pass play to him no matter what. There was no matter how long the run play was going on, it could be like a triple reverse. Camus going to be running down the seam, tracking his guy in coverage.
Okay, if Camus Grugier Hill were a dog, how many months would it take him to figure out that the owner is not letting go of the tennis ball when he throws it? Like, he's just faking. I say 7 months.
Drive me crazy.
I say however long the football season is. 5 months.
I get annoyed by the weirdest things on social media. It's never like the normal stuff. It's never somebody like calling me a name or anything. Right. It's stuff like that. It's people wanting to act like Camus Grugier Hill is the next Ray Lewis because he's racking up a bunch of tackles while playing poorly on a bad football team.
Dude, the scary thing is
that drove me more insane than anything else.
He was a Pro Bowl alternate that year. Like, it's not just like people on Twitter, like the people who decide accolades.
Right. Well, yeah, that's because when you vote on it and everything, you got all the stats lined up,
and nobody watches the Texans that year. Like, oh,
right. And 27 people have declined going to the Pro Bowl. So they're,
yes. Yeah. So congrats to Blake Cashman. It's the bye week, so we're kind of sifting through some things here. Nick Caserio did a press conference a couple of days ago. He had an interesting quote about he was asked about the culture shift with the team. Here's what Nick had to say about that a couple days ago.
Players came in here in the spring with the right mindset, with the right attitude, and I think that's reflective of D'Amico. It's about a mindset, it's about a mentality. D'Amico's talked about it from day one, the swarm mindset and swarm mentality. I think the players have embraced that, probably some more than others. There's some players that probably have some catching up to do in that area, so what happened in the past doesn't really matter.
Okay, some players have some catching up to do. I thought that was a pretty, without naming names, a pretty candid moment for Nick Caserio right there.
It was really interesting. I thought, what I thought ultimately, because when I first heard it, and then for like 24 hours afterwards, I'm thinking, okay, I don't really want to speculate who the guys are, who he thinks are not. We had the listeners do it for us.
I do. That's all I want to do.
I mean, that's a pretty messed up thing to do if you start accusing somebody of being lazy or not having the swarm mindset. So without really knowing, because some guys are just banged up and injured. Yeah. But it was notable that within 24 hours of giving that soundbite, Corey Littleton was released from the team. And I don't know. So maybe that was one of them. I started looking at the guys who hadn't played much at all, and then you're just wondering, all right, well, these guys are either not playing because they're not that good or because they don't meet the swarm mindset, and whatever it might be. I think the biggest thing I took from it was, okay, I think the Texans are doing a pretty good job of getting the right guys on the field because I can't think of a lot of guys who have played a lot who don't look like they're playing hard. Like a lot of people mentioned Christian Harris. Christian Harris has been slow to latch on to the defense itself, but I don't think lack of hustle has been the issue with Christian Harris.
I agree.
I think he's just very he's getting his sea legs about him in this defense and as in the NFL in general, but I've never thought that he's like not a hustle guy.
You know the responsible thing to do, Seth, when it comes to that cut from Nick right there is to not speculate who might not be swarming enough. It's eliminate the guys who we think are definitely swarming. Like, okay, it's definitely not this guy he's talking about. I think based on this cut we're about to play here from Shaq Griffin, I don't think Shaq Griffin is on Nick Casario's non-swarm list.
Main thing I've been showing is I'm willing to do whatever it takes to help the organization win. I don't think it's just about me. You know, I didn't start off just that corner. You know, I came in, I've been in the league 7 years now. I played special teams for the first time, you know, but I did it because I love this. I love the organization for bringing me in, giving opportunities, especially the person who was dealing with back injuries, back surgery, and for a team to bring me in with open arms and believe in me the way they do. Sure, I'll do anything they need me to, you know, offense, defense, special teams, it don't matter, water boy, I'll do it. But that's the part that I bring to the game is it don't matter where I'm at, I'm just willing to do whatever it takes to help this team, this organization win, and I'm happy they gave me an opportunity to.
He's willing to swarm the water jugs if he has to.
Bit of a Dameon Pierce vibe there.
Yeah.
Like honestly, Damien's attitude is so good that you can sense yourself and people, fans and everybody, be as like everybody's trying to be as patient and nice as possible, while at the same time getting frustrated with some of the flaws that have shown up in his game. So you're like, all right, listen, can you just use them the right way? Please don't make me say anything. Please don't make me criticize Dameon Pierce.
No,
I feel like Shaq Griffin, he has that same mentality. And the best form of nepotism is this, Sean. It doesn't make any sense at all, but because he is his brother's brother, and because Shaquem Griffin was the player who had played with only one hand, I basically attribute everything that I would attribute to Shaquem to Shaq Griffin.
Yes.
So I'm basically when I look at them, are they identical twins?
I don't think so.
They're just
they were not
brothers.
They weren't in the same draft. I know that.
Right. They look enough alike that I'm kind of like everything that I feel about Shaquem Griffin, I feel about Shaquille Griffin as well, which doesn't make strict sense, except you figure they grew up close together, training with each other and everything. They got to be close enough. So
they are twins, actually. Yes.
Okay.
They're twins, but Shaquem came into the league a little bit later than Shaq. They weren't in the same draft class.
Shaquem. Okay, we can't. Shaquem or Shaq.
That's true.
They can both be Shaq Griffin and his brother Shaq Griffin.
Yeah. No, fair point. By the way, that audio courtesy of Chancellor Johnson, KPRC2. He had that cut from Shaquille Griffin. God, thanks for bringing Shaquem even into the mix, Seth. I'm going to be calling him Shaquem now half the time. Appreciate that. Did you see Jimmy Ward got scooters for everybody in the secondary yesterday?
Oh no, I had not seen that at all.
Dude, you got to look at these scooters, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you had sent me the link and I didn't look at it.
That's okay.
So they're motorized scooters.
Yeah, they're really nice. They've got like neon lights on them and stuff like that. He got them for
it's like a Macklemore video. Slightly different.
Yeah,
couple notable differences. Yeah.
It's that's a big position group to have to. You know what? Shout out to Jimmy Ward for buying them for the entire secondary, not just the safeties. He views his position group as secondary, not just safeties.
Well,
so the corners got him as well.
He'll go and place him. He had to play a lot slower after Javier Thomas went down, and that was somebody like some of the. There was a couple big receptions in the game that you're not going to crush Jimmy Ward for it because he's pressed into playing slot corner on short notice, but hopefully would be different. The secondary got further banged up with Eric Murray going to the IR. Yesterday.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know how to feel about the motorized scooters because I would prefer, much like Bill O'Brien, I'm a little bit of a buzzkill when it comes to anybody doing any kind of motorsports whatsoever, whether it's a Segway scooter, a motorized scooter, motocross dirt bike, whatever it might be.
At all?
I don't want that. Broken wrists aplenty on stuff like that.
Okay, so you mean at all, as opposed to just around the building? Because remember, who was it that bought Segways for everybody? I know, like
Arian Foster.
He bought Segways.
Well, they started. Arian was one of the guys. I don't know if they bought them for everybody, but guys just started getting them.
Yeah.
And it just kind of became a it kind of became a fun thing for the guys around the building.
Right. Well, it happened. It happened under Kubiak, and then Bill O'Brien.
Oh, that's right.
Bill O'Brien came in and I ain't respecting old arrangements with these damn two-wheel segways you've got here, buddy.
You know what? He got rid of the golf carts too, like the little shuttles that we would have to practice, which I feel like that was an especially hard-ass, like, I'm a tough guy thing to do as a football coach, where and it was just funny because I used to see Bill O'Brien riding the scooter riding the golf cart back and forth from practice all the time. The players had to walk. But O'Brien would take his little presidential
that's shady,
golf cart.
Man.
Yeah.
That's like having Mark Mangino yell at you to get in shape. I always wondered that. Boy, Mark Mangino, like when he came into Kansas, they started winning a bunch of games. Like, what's the key? Like, Mark Mangino, a huge disciplinarian. And I'm like, all evidence to the contrary. Take a look.
Yeah.
Not at the dinner table. He's not. Yeah.
That's fallen by the wayside with really, I think, the Shanahan tree. You don't find – I don't know if there's a single Kyle Shanahan coach I can think of, coordinators or otherwise, that have that aren't like super fit,
that are out of shape. That's a great point.
They're very fit. I think he gets these like super competitive. That's where Shanahan and Belichick differ in just that Belichick had a type, which is he liked to hire these coaches that were just kind of fat, sloppy, no social skill having weirdos. Think about it.
You're right.
Whereas Shanahan is like, okay, I'm going to make these hyper-competitive. It's like the difference between, like, old Wall Street and new Wall Street. Like Shanahan is like a classic, I got to get on the treadmill for an hour and a half in the morning. I'm going to go call my take care of everything else, maybe go help the poor, and then get off and be hyper-competitive at work.
Fat, sloppy, no social skill having weirdo.
Where am I wrong? Where am I wrong? Bill O'Brien, Josh McDaniels, Matt Patricia.
Yeah.
Who are the other ones?
I don't know.
Romeo Crennel, but I love him.
No,
He's got social skills.
He does have
Charlie Weiss. Romeo Crennel's the only one that breaks the mold.
Oh, the worst.
You could if you did a silhouette test for like who's a Shanahan disciple and who's an O'Brien disciple.
This is how
that's right. I'm amazed. I am absolutely flabbergasted that Caserio made it as long as he did. Yeah. Now, he's not coaching side, on the personnel side, but he doesn't fit the mold at all. I bet the reason Caserio stuck with Belichick for like 20 years was that Belichick preyed on the fact that Caserio is a little bit different than the mold, which is fat, sloppy, no social skills. He was probably like, you just gotta, you're not cut out for this business, kid. You got to stick here with us. There's it's a rough world out there. Everybody's
protecting him.
Yeah, you're too concerned with your physical appearance. That's the problem.
Oh my God, that's funny. A few texts about this yesterday. We never got to it. And we can hit this quick. Steelers are supposed to be cutting Desmond King. I saw a lot of people saying they need depth in the secondary. Bring back Desmond King. I don't have any information to this effect. I feel like if the Texans wanted Desmond King on their team badly enough, they would have kept him They would have kept him coming out of training camp.
Yeah, you never know. What keeps guys on or off a particular team.
Yeah,
I think Des King. Like you got to remember, Des King was awesome in terms of, man, the guy loves to come up and hit people. He loves to play hard. He's had in his career a couple different incidents that are just like, okay, for violating team rules. Nothing awful, not like bad person stuff, but just there's an incomplete picture there of exactly, why Des King at various times has missed starts or what have you. So I think suffice it to say that he just might not be the Texans type of guy or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't see it happening. I think it's a fair suggestion if he's out there, but I don't think it's happening. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's get to some headlines. Let's celebrate a little bit. The Astros win last night. A little hardware for the Texans. Some big news quarterback front for a future Texans opponent. Actually, two big news items for two future Texans opponents on the quarterback front that we'll hit in headlines as well. Also, join the drive today. Out at Copperfield Buffalo Wild Wings on Highway 6, Thirsty Thursday. The Drive and Bud Light. Get some wings, a cold Bud Light. Enter to win some prizes on site. Stick around after the show to watch the game. Thirsty Thursday with The Drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon in Buffalo Wild Wings in Copperfield. Now, I'm going to tell you about
0% APR.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
There's 1-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. Payne has got it to second one. On the first, there's two. And the Astros come to Arlington and take game 3. Back on the road and back in the win column.
Yep, they took game 3. That was huge last night. That was huge. Great to see. Astros win 8-5 last night, and they jumped on the Rangers early, which seems to be a necessity in the postseason. There's a stat on teams, not just the Astros scoring first, but teams in general scoring first in the playoffs this year. It's a staggering number, the winning percentage of teams that have scored first in the playoffs. But the Astros jump out on the Rangers early in that game, Seth, last night. They get 5 2/3, I thought, really good innings out of Christian Javier. Boy, if he could have just gotten out of the 6th inning, we would be – if he could have gotten out of that 6th inning, because he gave up a hit with 2 outs and then gave up a home run to Josh Young with 2 outs. And so he leaves and then he gave up another hit after that. And so he leaves with 5 2/3 innings, 2 runs given up. So still a really good outing, especially considering how the bats came alive last night. But, man, if he could have gotten out of that 6th inning, and now we're talking about Javier giving up no runs again – in the playoffs.
Yeah. Instead he just has a .82 ERA in the playoffs. So
Yeah.
Just a pathetic .82 ERA. So Javier, I mean, other than just what he does where every now and then there's a 3-0 count and he just reels it back in or what have you, just felt exactly like you've come to see him in the playoffs. That's just who Javier is in the playoffs anymore. .82 ERA in 4 career playoff starts.
Yep.
It's that was awesome. Brantley and his huge catch was awesome. The biggest thing that I might be excited about more than anything else is Kyle Tucker making the super hard contact late in the game and maybe getting himself back on track, especially up like where it seemingly every Astros just feels super comfortable up in that ballpark in Arlington. That this really might be the turning point for Tucker.
Yeah, he had 3 walks too, which helped. Like the bottom part of the order was really productive in this game. Pena had an RBI. Maldonado had the huge single early in the game, the 2-run single. He got thrown out at second, but who cares? They were up 3-0 at that point. Like that, Dubon, like that. It's almost like moving Tucker down to 6. He was almost like a second leadoff hitter for the bottom part of the order. You know what I mean?
You know what? Yeah, it almost felt back like in the old days when when we would grouse about which awesome player was hitting 7th or 8th in the lineup, and you realize, oh, wait a second, okay, it's like having 2 lineups. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like you'd have a position like Kyle Tucker is the second string cleanup now.
Yeah.
It feels like that when they're playing up in Arlington. My God, if there could be something less drastic than Harvey, but that would keep the Astros up in Arlington for the entire series, I would have 0 qualms about it. They could have a victory parade that would stretch all the way down I-45, Sean.
Yeah.
I just win it up in Arlington and then come on back down.
We need either a well-timed power outage downtown.
Yes, a non-lethal tragedy.
Yeah, like not tonight, because that'd be enough time to fix it. I would say,
right.
Because Game 6 would be Sunday.
Okay, wait, careful. We're going to plant an idea in somebody's head. Don't say any more. That's a.
Okay.
I'm not saying. I just don't want to be held responsible.
No, you're right.
It, Sean.
You're 100% right. What am I doing?
We've already seen the powers of our hex.
Yeah.
I don't want to dabble any further than we need to. We hexed Scherzer last night.
Did we ever?
And boy. Scherzer probably didn't even have a clue how bad
hexed him to the ninth circle of hell last night is what we did.
He is, man. He's it's going to be a thing with him where he's going to be thinking about the Astros for the rest of his career. What if he only pitches another year or two and just retires, but has to remember that he'll always have Game 5 of the World Series, I suppose.
Yeah, he has that.
Which, he pitched through. But I do think the Game 5 of the World Series where he pitched through those neck spasms, it made him a little too confident and cocky in his ability to pitch through injury, I think. So you go out and you get destroyed by the Astros in early September, don't pitch for a month, and then talk your way back into the starting lineup in October. I feel like a little bit of hubris, a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of just poor judgment by the Rangers in general.
Yeah.
It's a bad move for the Rangers yesterday.
This is where Game 1 hurts a little more because Verlander pitched really well, but it was in a losing effort. if he had pitched well and they'd won the game, and we would really be able to flaunt the fact that, not only are we leading you in this series, but your big trade deadline splurge on a future Hall of Fame pitcher from the Mets is going sideways. Ours back, and he looks just as good as he's ever looked. I don't know.
Yeah, it gave us a brilliant start. It just unfortunately the bats couldn't keep up, but that's what happens when you want to try to make it dramatic for the people, which the Astros have done. They've made it dramatic for the people. I do think the other thing I was thinking last night, just as we were it felt like it took forever for the game to get here. Partly because I had a little bit of a dramatic afternoon. So it felt like forever, and I found myself thinking as I was watching the pregame. Remember last year when the Yankees were down 3-0 in the series, and the Yankees mental enhancement coach decided to use the example of the 2004 ALCS when the Red Sox came back on the Yankees from down 3-0 to win the series. He decided to use that as an example of, hey, it can be done. And people in New York freaked out about it. Like Mike Francesa and all of these other sports radio hosts, and they thought it was the worst thing ever to bring back the ghosts of 2004 as some kind of motivation for the Yankees themselves, the very team that had been done in. And I thought, man, I can't blame them. It is daunting. You're down 3-0, and nobody has done it before except for in that one spot in 2004. I think that was the appropriate thing for the Yankees to do, but it just shows you how drastic. I got nervous before the game is what I'm telling you, Sean.
Yeah.
I'd been super, super cocky, and then I got nervous. And then Scherzer went out and gave up those warning track fly balls early in the first inning. I thought, okay, we got this.
No runs. Yeah, didn't score any runs. But you to me after the first inning, you're like, they're going to shell Scherzer here. You called that.
Yeah.
Couple quick news items. Then I want to get to the NFL news here, like the league news in the NFL.
Oh, it's news. I'm sorry,
That's
Sean.
okay.
I keep forgetting this is news now.
That's okay. No worries.
Sitting here weighing in on the 2004 ALCS.
And we're going to do it again at 7 o'clock. We're going to hit the Astros again. But real quick, Bregman, Dubon, and Tucker, finalists for Gold Gloves. Good for Dubon, man. He deserves good recognition. Finalists. So they're among the three left standing at each of their positions. Dubon actually a finalist at utility and second base, which is incredible. The guy played center field last night. What a valuable performer. Texans, Blake Cashman, AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Corey Littleton, cut. NFL news, Seth. Kyler Murray activated from the PUP list for the Cardinals. So this would seem to indicate that Kyler Murray is going to see the field at some point. And I would imagine, given the window that you have to come back off the PUP list and then become activated, we might see Kyler Murray here in Week 11 against the Cardinals. The Texans might.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
I hope we get the best version of. I hope we get a good version of him. There's one thing about this schedule this year where when you're trying to figure out exactly how good the Texans defense is, I don't think that they got the best version of Lamar Jackson. I don't think they got the best version of Trevor Lawrence, or at least the Trevor Lawrence that we've seen since that game. So I want challenges for this team. You can beat the Derek Carrs of the world all you want. You can beat the Baker Mayfield after he's come back down to earth. You can beat the Bryce Young, notorious bust in the NFL. But give me a Kyler Murray at his peak or something.
Anthony Richardson, shoulder surgery confirmed. So he is getting shoulder surgery. He's done for the year. Just circling back to Kyler for a second, Seth. Do you think Cardinal fans even want Kyler on the field? Because he can mess.
Probably not.
Well, yeah, because he can. They're 1-5 right now. They're a competitive 1-5. I know that sounds weird, but they've been a competitive much more competitive than people thought they would be this year. I wonder if Cardinal fans even want him back screwing around and winning 4 or 5 games. Because I'm telling you right now, there may have been some of them saying, oh, yeah, Kyler can come back because we got the Texans pick. We'll get Caleb Williams, no problem. No, you won't. The Texans pick is going to be in the teens somewhere probably. So I wonder if Cardinal fans even want Kyler Murray back if he's going to mess around and win some football games.
So right now Arizona would draft 4th in the NFL. Obviously that can change. There's 4 teams that have. There's 5 teams that have 1-5 records. So whatever they're using for the the tiebreakers on that, it's a crapshoot. There's a lot of bad teams in the NFL right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at this draft order. Remember everybody, the Texans were going to be the worst team in the league, and it was obvious, right?
Yep.
Sorry, Sean. I know it's headlines.
That's okay.
These are all tied for the worst two records in the worst two records in the league right now. Carolina, Chicago, Denver, Arizona, Giants, New England are all either 0-6 or 1-5.
Those are bad football teams right there.
Yeah.
Those are bad football teams. God, New England. God, I want New England to pick in the top 5, but not in range to get a quarterback. I want them to pick in the top 5 and take all the tackle from Notre Dame or something.
Hey, how crazy would it be if what if the Patriots are drafting number 1 overall and Caleb Williams is trying like hell not to get drafted?
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. That would be awesome. That would be so great. God, it would be great. All right. That was headlines. We're going to talk
Kind of.
Yeah, that was good. We're going to go through. We had a checklist yesterday for the Astros of what needed to happen in order for them to win the game. They won the game, so all's well that ends well. How many things did they check off on the Payne and Pendergast checklist yesterday? Also, we are, let's do quickly.
The Yellow Rose.
We're doing this every hour.
Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now. And you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the bye-week whiskey talk on Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. We're going to have a good time. The whiskey talks are fun out at Yellow Rose Distillery. So call now and be the winner and join us. We're going to do this every hour today and every hour tomorrow. So be listening every hour, not just during this show, but throughout the day, all day long here at Sports Radio 610. We'll hit the Astros checklist next.
Play here, an Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we had like a mini checklist yesterday as we head into the 7 o'clock hour here on a Thursday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Payne and Pendergast. By the way, big congrats to, where's our winner here, Seth? Is it Cedric in Kemah? Is that who it is? All right, Cedric, congrats. You'll be at the, old Ced's going to be at the, Big Ced going to be at the Whiskey Talk at Yellow Rose Distillery a week from tonight. That'll be a whole lot of fun. Listen every hour. We're giving away passes to that today and tomorrow. Should be fun. So we had a little checklist for the Astros yesterday. You know, the things that needed to happen, probably needed to happen. You know, almost non-negotiable. I think one or two of them needed to happen in order to win that game last night. How did they do? They won the game, but were we target with things that needed to happen? Number one, get a good start from Christian Javier. I would say check on that one, Seth, right? Christian Javier was, it wasn't a usual Javier box score, but if he had just gotten out of that sixth inning and not given up that home run, it would have been a usual Javier box score.
Yeah. I think 100% good start out of Christian Javier. Yep. Especially it gave, the most important thing by far these days, for whatever reason, is to score first. And if you get if the first two innings were all that mattered, then there you go. Scherzer fell apart at the seams, whereas Javier was just A-OK.
Yep. Jump on Scherzer early. That was the second thing. They definitely did that.
They jumped on him.
They did.
Heim, the catcher, kind of jumped on him themselves. It wasn't. You know what? I got angry. Dodger Joe there, the play-by-play guy, who I formerly gave credit for seeming somewhat unbiased. Right. You know, gave one of the great calls in Astros playoff history. The series is turned upside down. Yeah. So that was formerly great. But then last night, after the second inning, he just decides to basically credit the Astros output to luck. Like, okay, well, Heim let a ball past him. There were already dudes on base at that point. It wasn't just random. That's not what scored all those runs in the second inning.
Right.
You know? Yeah, Maldonado got thrown out at second by about a millimeter. So that was not like that was awesome luck or anything.
Right.
So, yeah, I would say Dodgers Joe is on the poop list now.
Oh, is
he? He's not favored nation anymore.
Okay. He's got her way back into Seth Payne's good graces. Number three, so good start from Javier, check. Jump on Scherzer early, check. Start getting some productivity from your big guns, not named Yordan Alvarez. I would say check on that, too. You got a home run from Jose Altuve. I think maybe, Seth, one of the biggest developments, you cited it, I think, in the previous segment. Like that, I know it didn't bring home a run because Yordan got thrown out by about 9 steps at home plate, but seeing Kyle Tucker rope a ball off the wall to right field was really nice to see. And also he had 3 walks in the game too. Like I think this Kyle Tucker in the 6-hole thing, man. I think like kind of segmenting off the lineup with a top 5, and then Kyle Tucker is the 6-hole, is sort of the leader of the the band of underdogs at the bottom. I mean, Kyle Tucker's not an underdog. He led the league in RBIs, but I think he's I kind of like this mojo that they got with shuffling the lineup around a little bit here.
No, yeah, and it might be, different guys respond to things differently. Yeah. Maybe it was random chance, but maybe it was just Kyle Tucker appreciated just the easing off of the pressure a little bit, and there you have it. So whatever it was and why ever it worked, then so be it. We're not going to mess with it at this point.
The fourth one was they need to get better luck than they got the first 2 games. You're more of a You're more of a luck aficionado than I am when it comes to.
If you go to unforced errors, I suppose. Yeah. And I would say, the funny thing about last night was that pass ball by the catcher that led to the first runs. Mm-hmm. I think that was at least partly because the umpire was calling such an absurdly, ridiculously big strike zone. Just giving anything 3 inches inside was a strike in his mind. Mm-hmm. I think that Scherzer was flirting with it a little too much on a night where he couldn't be flirting, and he ends up getting hurt for it. So yeah, I'll say that was a little bit of luck. At the same time, Altuve had. I don't want to call it bad luck because the ballpark is the ballpark. But Altuve was making really hard contact on balls that a couple of his flyouts would have been home runs in over half of the Major League ballparks. So good luck, bad luck, whatever. I think the Astros were hitting the ball really hard last night. and they didn't need luck. If you look at the top 10 hardest hit balls in the game, 8 of them were by the Astros.
Yeah, well, and the furthest ones, too. Like Altuve, at one point in the game, had the 3 furthest hit balls in the game, and 2 of them were fly balls to the warning track. 413, 400 and whatever feet, however many feet it takes for a guy to stand with his butt touching the wall twice. That was out because I can think of 4. They won 8-5, Seth, and I can think of at least 4 other at bats that, man, they're a millimeter away from this thing being busted open and being 15-5. The 2 that you referred to with Altuve, Bregman had one that got hit to the wall, and Jordan literally had one yanked back from over the wall by Tavares in center field in that game. So I feel great about tonight. Like, I feel they're down 2-1, and I feel really good about this series right now. Like, okay, that series in September, not a fluke when they were scoring 39 runs on them. They love hitting in Globe Life Stadium.
One of my favorite parts about last night was the little story about the Rangers using their foam balls in the pitching machine.
Oh my
I don't know if you
God.
had the audio on for that portion, but for Christian Javier's because his fastball floats. Nobody else calls it the invisible. I'm always amazed that the other announcers, like from the national broadcast, typically don't call. They'll describe it for like 27 seconds without ever calling it the invisible.
Yeah.
But his invisible fastball, they tried to simulate it by putting foam baseballs in the batting machine.
I did not hear this. Okay.
Yeah. Then I think it was Rosenthal telling the story. Like, it's a $15,000 pitching machine, which A, doesn't actually sound all that much by MLB standards,
Right.
and B, isn't that kind of the broke-ass method of trying to simulate it? I'm hearing about all these other pitching machines that can simulate the spin rate, the shape, everything. Like AJ Przinsky was talking about it. Remember, like they can simulate the shape of any pitcher's baseball. And the Rangers, the broke-ass Rangers, are up there using foam baseballs. You're trying to beat the Astros with foam balls. Good job with your foam balls, Rangers. It's exactly what it looked like. You were playing with foam balls all last night.
It looked like all 9 guys out there had foam balls for the Rangers last night.
Foam balls.
Yep.
They had 18 foam balls on the field.
I had the sound up, but I might not have been paying attention during that part of the game. The fact that Ken Rosenthal cites the price of a piece of equipment for a multi-billion-dollar organization is hilarious to me.
He's low-key Darren Ravel.
Yeah, like that's something you cite if your neighbor bought it for their kid. Like, yeah, like this. Yeah, my neighbor Harvey over here, man. Like he is. Boy, he's one of those helicopter parents. He just bought his kid, who sucks, a $15,000 foam ball pitching machine for their backyard.
I'm pretty sure some of these higher-priced prep schools in Houston have $15,000 pitching machines,
dude.
It's the $15,000 pitching machine. Citing the $15,000 pitching machine and then being like, oh wow, what did they do with that? I guess pretty expensive pitching machine. They put foam balls in it.
Yeah, right.
Against manufacturer's recommendations.
Yeah.
That's your method. That's how you're gonna beat the Astros in the playoffs.
Yes.
Foam balls in the pitching machine.
Yes.
Pathetic.
Trash franchise. What did you think of Martin Maldonado's reptile skin shoes?
I think that they may have been part of the key to the luck. I feel like he needs to wear the reptile skin shoes for the rest of the series. Not just when Javier is pitching.
What'd you think of his hair? What'd you think of the bright red hair?
I've kind of stopped paying attention to it. It's always something bright, and it's always something. Oh, I guess because it's a Rangers. Was he trolling the Rangers with the bright red?
I don't know what he was doing with it. I wasn't really down with the bright red hair, like the fire engine red hair.
That's just his thing. No. I don't. He's like an older lady, Like they when they go bold with their hair color, you're like, yeah, you go, old lady. That's how I feel about Ball. You go with your. He's kind of got shapely hips and everything too. He's just like you feel like he's just an old lady. She doesn't care anymore. No. She's going to do what she's going to do.
I don't begrudge him for changing the hair color. I like when he goes like straight bleach blonde. I think that looks pretty good on him. I think
he got. I don't know if he got more aggressive. I think he's gotten more aggressive with the hair color as there's been no need to paint fingernails anymore. You got to let the. You gotta fly your freak flag somewhere. And since you can't, there's no need to paint your fingernails so the pitcher can see it anymore. Then you just go bold with the hair.
I think he should just wear a feather boa while he's playing out there.
That would be awesome.
Literally.
Dude, there's no way they wouldn't win by double digits.
Dude, the whole time.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Behind home plate.
That'd be awesome.
While he's batting. He shouldn't even – he's so slow, like he doesn't even need to run. He should just strut around the bases with a feather boa around his neck. That's what Martin needs to do.
All I could think about last night when he didn't make it to second on that slide was – I was like, man, these bases are 3 inches bigger. It was honestly, if the rules change, had just been like 1 extra quarter inch on each base,
safe.
Then yeah, he would have been safe. It was so close. It was so
Feather
close.
boa. Martin twirls at each base, does a 360, and just keeps strutting to the next
with
base.
That boa on, yeah.
Oh, like twirling it over his head, like that would be amazing. Bright red hair, takes the batting helmet off while he's running around the base so people see his bright red hair.
I do. That stadium is kind of just starting to grow on me aesthetically. Yeah. Maybe it's just because the Astros do so well up there. Because it's just kind of unique. It's kind of like the Cowboys stadium. It's just so much bigger in areas that aren't usually big in scale that I kind of enjoy. I just enjoy the change of rhythm of like various major league ballparks. And then I still don't understand the appeal of the sunken viewing seats behind home plate, just like they have those sunken bunker boxes at the Cowboys stadium. Yeah. I don't get that, but in baseball it makes more sense because there's not anything between you and the players, at least. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things. Like, it's cool to say you sat there. Plus, it's on TV. I think people like that. Right, but you can do that above ground. You don't have to be subterranean to do it. That's the weird part to me. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The vantage point is we need to go up there next year during the regular season. I'd like to go check that place out. I don't want to get venereal disease. No, it's okay. We'll wear hazmat suits. We'll wear orange hazmat suits in there. Instead of a spacesuit, hazmat suits and like some sort of PSA or a danger sign on the front about why we're wearing them, because we don't want to get near. Somebody's going to interpret it as true, because you have to do that, because otherwise people think it's some kind of a COVID protest. For or against, whatever. And of course we'll wear feather boas in honor of our imaginary Martin Maldonado. So tonight, Game 4, I'm looking at an MLB.com preview of the game tonight. It's going to be Urquidy and Heaney on the mound for both teams. For each team, I should say. But Haney's probably going to be – they're going to piggyback it the way they did. Up in Dallas, they're expecting them to piggyback with Dunning, which was how they piggybacked it in Game 1 of the ALDS. Against Baltimore. You get a piggyback start of some sort. I think we should have Haney if he's already going to be piggybacked out of there within a couple of innings. We're getting a lot of almost like glaring fire alarm to hex Josh Young after last night. I would say, as far as do we expect him to go hit 2 home runs again tonight? He's not Yordan Alvarez, all right? He's a good player, really good player, but we'll see. Maybe it's Josh Young. The question I have, Seth, they have a predicted lineup for tonight, and this particular lineup bumps Brantley back down to 5. It keeps Kyle Tucker at 6. It has Chas McCormick in here instead of Mauricio Dubon because there's a lefty on the mound to start the game. If it's a piggyback situation where it's not somebody who's going to be pitching presumably 6 innings and Chas will be getting 3 at-bats against that, I say just leave Dubon in at this point. He's a better defensive player, and I trust him to make contact more in big situations than I do Chas right now. I would leave Dubon in if I were there. I know the righty-lefty thing. Yeah. So MLB disagrees. They got Chas in there in their lineup. So there you go. Payne and Pendergast with you. Sports Radio 610. So Urquidy, big one tonight for Urquidy. The scariest thing, I guess, looking forward, Seth, because I do feel like the Astros, I feel like they're going to win at least 2 here. I think they're going to win one of these next 2. I feel really good about that, especially with Verlander going in Game 5. There is Fromber sitting out there like a big meatball in Game 6. That's the one that scares me right now. Yeah, I know. I guess that's a tougher sell than to feel like, okay, well, Urquidy and Javier are just going to let the adrenaline fuel them, because we've already seen that the adrenaline wasn't quite enough to fuel Fromber. I think the difference, too, is, remember, Fromber had bad luck early in that game, and it wasn't completely faultless, but he's going to give up contact, and there were a lot of bloops and dribbles for those first 4 runs. Really, other than his error, I don't want to, he's still a guy that gives up contact, so he's going to have some more bad luck than others when it comes to fielding stuff. But without any errors by the fielders or anything, those balls were just going into soft spots on really weak contact. And then by the time he started to get in trouble later in the game, I think he's only had 68 pitches or so when they pulled him. But you just can't. At that point, it's the freaking playoffs. You gotta stem the tide, and they did. They got him out of there. The relievers did just fine. So I think that he was having a better performance than the box score would suggest.
Contact-wise,
so I feel good about that.
Yeah, contact-wise, you're right. I'm just worried about where his head's at right now.
Well, okay, but the other part, though, too, Sean, is just that I think the offense is going to keep up. I'm eminently confident that the offense can keep up with any kind of bad luck that the pitchers might have in this series as long as they're up in Arlington.
Well, Frommer's going to pitch at Minute Maid Park in Game 6.
Excuse me. Yes. Okay. Never mind. Now I'm back.
You're scared again, like me.
With fear and, yes.
All right. We'll circle back to the Astros a little later on this hour. Peter King, NBCSports.com. He's one of our Odyssey NFL insiders. Kind enough to join us today, and we'll talk a little Texans on the bye week with Peter King and some other things going on around the NFL. Where's D'Amico Ryans in the Coach of the Year conversation right now? Peter King's a guy who's probably voted for many, many, many Coaches of the Year. We'll talk to Peter King next.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I just realized our lineup of guests on the show today is we got a lot of experience covering the NFL and picking Hall of Famers between our...
That's right, a Hall of Fame committee, basically.
We
right?
basically got the whole Hall of Fame committee. John McClain makes his weekly appearance with us in an hour, and joining us on the hotline right now as we bring you back, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you, Payne and Pendergast. Longtime NFL writer, of course, NBCSports.com. His Football Morning in America column every Monday is must-read for NFL fans. Peter King joining us on the program right now. He is our Odyssey NFL insider. Peter, great to talk to you. How you doing?
Everything's going great. And listen, I wasn't sure I was going to be in the presence of greatness because did you know that Seth Payne just a very short time ago, only a little bit more than 2 decades ago, had a tidy little 2-sack game against Scott Mitchell of the great Cincinnati Bengals at the time. I bet you guys didn't even know that.
I have, honestly, I didn't. I have zero.
I buried that, Seth Payne. I buried that.
I have zero memory of that. I want to say, wait, did we lose that game? We lost the game.
Oh, you did? I don't even know
we
that.
lost that game, and that was the game after that. That moment is infamous here, Peter King, because afterwards, John Granado, who used to be a host on this station, was the sideline reporter. He gave me the Player of the Game award, but it was after a really miserable loss to the Bengals. And I got kind of upset about the way he framed it and made it sound like I was more excited about the award than I was upset about losing the game. So I dropped an F-bomb on live radio.
Yeah, we got it right here.
Oh, yeah. That's outstanding. Hey, but listen. You've got to regale me with the story of the time. And this was in another loss, unfortunately. This was 22 years ago. Okay, you're playing in Nashville as a member of the Jags. And you dropped Steve McNair twice. I mean, that's like tackling an oak tree twice.
No, yeah.
So,
no.
What was that day like?
I'll tell you what that day was like, Peter. I could have had 5 sacks if it were any other quarterback. It was like the most absurdly good football game I've ever played in my life, but I bounced off of him 3 times. It was so frustrating. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you brought back that memory and told our listeners about it. I used to be somebody, everybody.
Because, hey, listen, Seth, listen, I'm just telling you, you were a pretty good player. People should know that. Now they just know you as sort of the voice of Houston. But I'm telling you, you were a good player. And I remember I covered you a lot back day, and you just should know that.
This is a good interview. All right, Sean, ask Peter a question. Ask my friend Peter a question.
Favorite interview of all time. Yeah. Seth Payne.
All right, now talk about me, Peter. I'm just kidding. Just joking.
No, I can't.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. Peter King, our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us. All right, so let's talk about one of Seth's former teammates, Peter, DeMeco Ryans, who, look, as you can imagine, people are feeling pretty good about the Texans down here right now, better than we felt in a long, long time. I know it's a bit of a nuanced question because it involves other coaches too, but like if just looking at it in a vacuum, what do you think DeMeco Ryans needs to do to win Coach of the Year this year?
Do exactly what he's done so far. If they're 8-9, 9-8, anything like that, I will give him very serious consideration for Coach of the Year. In fact, last week, in last week's column, this was now almost 2 weeks ago. In the column of October 9, I ranked the teams from 1 to 32 in the NFL, and I made a comment on every team. Had the Houston Texans won at Atlanta that Sunday, and they lost by 2 in Atlanta, obviously. Had they won that game, I was going to say right now my Coach of the Year is DeMeco Ryans. And he's definitely got a good shot to win it because, look, I think you have to vote for awards like that based on where teams were, entering the season. And I'll tell you a quick little story. On the day after the draft, on the day of the first round last year, I was in the draft room of the Las Vegas Raiders and wrote about the Raiders and their choices and where they were and blah, blah, blah. But And I always, on day 2 of the draft, I go somewhere that news has happened. And my jaw dropped. And believe me, when I was in the Raiders draft room that night, their jaws dropped when they saw the trade between Arizona and Houston, because they said, oh my, and they're thinking exactly what I'm thinking, which, oh my God, you have given up what might be the number 1 pick in the draft next year for, and it could, in what could be a great quarterback draft for Willie Anderson. You actually did that. So that totally fascinated me. And I went to Houston the next day. I watched the press conference, spent some time afterwards with both Nick Caserio and CJ Stroud. And I just said, wow, Nick, this is a big gamble. You know, Will Anderson has got to be great. And I remember he wasn't defensive. He was not, he didn't set out trying to convince me. You could just tell. He was the guy who felt like, listen, we are going to be a lot better than you think. And I know it. We have built this team. We have some good players on this team, and we're going to be okay. And Willie Anderson is a piece we absolutely need. So I came from that, but I entered training camp thinking this team is going to have a top 5 pick. It might have the first pick in the draft. Who knows? But I think one of the things I really kind of, and look, I root for certain things, but I really was rooting for CJ Stroud to be at least a good player, if not looking like he could be an absolute top 10 franchise quarterback. And the reason is I really hated this stuff before the draft about how, oh, he doesn't process quickly. He doesn't make great decisions. You know, he failed this S2 test that we gave to everybody in the NFL, all these quarterbacks over the years, and has been a great predictor of who's going to be a good quarterback. I thought it was nonsense. The reason I thought it was nonsense is, and I say the same thing about Brock Purdy, even though, he had a lousy game on Sunday in Cleveland. I say the same thing about Brock Purdy. Do you watch the games? Did you watch C.J. Stroud play quarterback? And granted, he's got a really good offensive line at Ohio State. He's got great receiver group. I get it. But my whole point on this is very, very simple. If you watch the games and think that C.J. Stroud doesn't make good decisions back there, I don't. So that's one of the things as I've watched the Texans early on this year that I've been just happy to see that without any question, C.J. Stroud has been the best rookie quarterback in the league so far.
I wanted to ask you about that. And I remember hearing you talk about the S2 cognition test and expressing, I know your big objection was, wait a second, we've just learned of this. And
we don't have enough. We don't have enough data. Yeah. We don't have enough data. Give it 10 years. And then tell me if a guy gets an 18 on the test. And that's why I wondered, and then I might trust it a little.
Like the media went and ran with it hardcore. Did you get the sense that teams were having an extreme response to it at all?
I think there were some teams that really believe in this test that thought that this was a black mark on C.J. Stroud. There's no question about it. But there were some other teams that thought essentially that when you look at this test, you look at something that is one piece of the puzzle. And do we pay attention to the cognition test? Yes. Yeah. But we're not going to not take a guy because of this. And personally, like, the one thing that I really liked about Stroud, and look, I don't know him well. I've talked to him twice in my life. So I have no great inside information about C.J. Stroud or anything like that. However, I think the point that I would say about that and about all things like testing before a draft is just that you need to make this a piece of the puzzle rather than something that is absolutely a dominant part of what it is that you do. Okay. The one thing that I think people should realize about a guy like C.J. Stroud, and I'm sure that everybody sees it now, okay, is that you have to have a certain part of you that's inside you. You know, you have to have. Now, I was just reading a story about Caitlin Clark, the Iowa guard, the basketball player, the great women's basketball player. And I was just reading an article in SI about her. And what was so interesting is that when she went to Iowa, she basically made no bones about it. Hey, look, they haven't been to the Final Four. They haven't won titles, and I want to do something about that. And again, those weren't her exact words, but it was basically that. And, you know, I want that person on my team. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so a couple of weeks ago, I talked to Stroud on the phone after one of their wins before the Atlanta game, after one of their wins. And I remember it was after the Jacksonville win. And I remember him saying, hey, listen, why can't we win these games? This is not, we don't, the word rebuilding means nothing to us. I mean, we're going out there. The Jaguars are a real good team. We're as good as the Jaguars. We can play with them, and we showed it today. And so those are the kinds of players you want on your team. You want the guys who say, I don't care what the odds makers say or what the genius sports writers say. We're as good as they are, and we're going to go out and show it today. And they've done that a bunch of times already.
Our Odyssey NFL insider, Peter King, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So, Peter, the flip side to C.J. Stroud as far as the draft goes is Bryce Young, who was the number one overall pick. Both these teams are on a bye this week, but they face each other in Week 8, which I'm guessing a lot of people had circled at the beginning of the year just because of the two quarterbacks. Now, all of a sudden, one of the two teams finds itself in a playoff race, and the other finds itself winless. At this point, what are you hearing out of Carolina? What are your thoughts on Bryce Young? Do you feel like, okay, it's all going to work out with him, but this is just a rough start? How do you feel about what's going on in Carolina right now?
You know, look, I have watched a lot of Carolina so far, in their first 6 games. And the one thing I would say is that there are points of every game where Bryce Young is highly competitive. You look at the first 20 minutes of their game at Miami, and you say, my God, this is why they drafted Bryce Young. They jump out to a 14-0 lead, and really a contract, a free agent contract that we all thought was just a meh, kind of meaningless contract before the year was Adam Thielen. And Adam Thielen has been absolutely outstanding. He's got 49 catches after 6 games, on his way, if he's healthy, to 100-catch season. But I think the one thing about Bryce Young is that there are other points of the game where, man, does he look small. And he looks like he's playing in the land of the Giants. And I know he managed that at Alabama and managed it very well, which is why I just want to give him a shot. You know, I think it's way too early to say it's a bad pick or the guy is too small to succeed. But, you know, he has gotten beat up a lot. He probably more than anyone really needed to go to a team with a very good offensive line, and the Panthers don't have one. And so I think, look, you just watch the sport of football. You watch Caleb Williams at Notre Dame the other night. And he does absolutely nothing. He's terrible, basically. And it's because he's getting chased all over creation. And so, you know, by the Notre Dame rush. And so I look at quarterback play, and I don't isolate it to say, gee, how's Bryce Young playing? Well, not that great. But one of the reasons, and a very big reason why he's playing not that great, is that he's a lot of times running for his life back there.
Peter King, Odyssey NFL insider, Football Morning in America column on NBCSports.com is a must-read. Peter, we appreciate you joining us. I'm glad you finally connected the dots for exactly which game this soundbite came from.
I know you guys can't see me, but
But,
Yeah.
oh, jeez.
that was
outstanding.
Yeah. So I thank you. I feel like I got a prequel to that soundbite now. Now I know Seth sacked Scott Mitchell twice that day. That was good.
And I had zero memory of that at all. I can't remember the sacks or anything. I just remember it was an awful. That's how much of a team player I am.
You're a good teammate.
I just remember it was an awful team performance.
You're a good teammate. Absolutely.
That's outstanding.
Hey, Peter, we appreciate it. We enjoyed the conversation. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks a lot for having me.
You bet. Anytime. Thanks, Peter. We appreciate that. Peter King joining us here on Sports Radio 610. That was fun. Seth, I enjoy that trip down memory lane from the.
It was a miserable game. It was like a weird. I think the roof may have been open that day. Even it was just like we used to have wet, sloppy days in NRG every now and then. It felt like it was that kind of a day. Yeah.
I feel like we need to have him back on every week to do a segment called the Payne Chronicles, where we go back through Seth's career through the eyes of Peter King.
I've got too much other stuff repressed back then. I don't need to be bringing up old memories.
I don't want to do that to you. My bad. Hey, let's do this. Let's give away some passes to the Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk that I will be hosting a week from tonight.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now, and you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-410. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
Yeah, call in now. These are so much fun, man. Call in now. You got to join us out there. Bi-week edition of the Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. So winners, bring a guest, and we're going to hang out, drink some whiskey, and talk some ball. Speaking of which, Yellow Rose Whiskey, Yellow Rose Distillery. Look, if you don't win your way into the Whiskey Talk, I still say you go there. I dropped in there yesterday, picked up a few bottles myself yesterday. Pendergast, Sports Radio 610, with you. Good to be with you. Big thanks to Peter King. People like that segment. They liked Seth. I know that I know the reminiscing is not may not be your favorite thing, but the people seem to enjoy it.
All right. Well, it always feels self-indulgent. Like I don't want to. This is a sports show mostly about Houston sports, and every now and then the fat football coaches, and so that, they don't need to hear about a bad Bengals game from 2003.
I disagree in that now I know where the cut came from that we play all the time of you.
Honestly, I am glad he brought up that game where I got 2 sacks against Steve
McNair.
McNair, thank you. Because it really was, honestly, I could have had if it were a smaller, slower quarterback, I could have had 5 sacks in that game. You've never seen a guy come out of a game with 2 sacks like just hating himself because I bounced off of Steve McNair 3 times. Just literally bounced off of him. Like I hit him really hard. I tried to rap, but when I went to rap, there was nothing but air, and I was concussed because he was so damn big.
I was going to say, did he knock the wind out of you running into him?
Yeah. I was like, thank you for letting me try to tackle you, sir.
Sir. You got to address him as sir. Hey, congrats to Ben in Spring, who's going to be going to the Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk a week from tonight. That's not you, Ben, is it? You don't live in Spring.
No, I did not call myself.
You can call yourself.
Strictly against Odyssey rules and regs there. That would be a...
I was going to say, Ben, all you got to do is ask, and you can go. You're a fellow coworker or whatever. I think Ben, I think the people would like to meet you. I think people see you as sort of like they hear about you. You're like the invisible man on the show. I think you coming to the Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. Not if you can't do this one, at some point, Ben, the people need to know more about Ben Gary.
Sure. Sounds good.
See, that's Ben's the invisible man. No chance.
He's going to no-show you. He'll ghost you.
No chance. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. So the Texans, we're going to circle back to the Astros at the top of the hour. We'll do our top 8 stories at 8 o'clock. John McClain joins us at 8:23 today on the show. He couldn't make it yesterday, so he's with us today. I started looking, Seth, at the doing bye week stuff. So bye week stuff, you're just looking ahead at the schedule just to kind of, okay, well, it's kind of fun this year because it's like you're looking ahead at the schedule like, wow, there might be some really important games for the Texans, unlike the last few years where, you're 1-6 to start the season and you're looking at mock drafts. Have not looked at a single mock draft yet. I'm not going to lie. But like over the last 3 weeks, I have not looked at any mock drafts. Since they started winning, I've not looked at any drafts.
Well, right now, it would be a boring one anyway because right now the Texans would be drafting 21st overall with the Browns pick.
Yeah.
The Cardinals would have the Texans pick at 13 overall, but of course their own pick would be somewhere between 2 and 6.
Yeah,
dude.
I want so badly for Kyler Murray to come back and for them to mess around and win like 6 games, just not against the Texans in Week 11, but win like 6 games. Texans win like 9 games, and this master plan that everybody thought Monty Ossenfort was some wizard for coming up with a plan to get the first 2 picks in next year's draft and get Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. and pair them together for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
That instead they're picking 8th and 19th, and they've got some linebacker out of Iowa and some offensive lineman at an FCS school.
The weird and annoying but also fun thing to watch and monitor would be if Carolina, who right now would have the number 1 overall pick. No, excuse me. Chicago has the number 1 overall pick. Sorry. Carolina not having the number 1 overall pick where they could have drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. to go along, since now all they're doing is complaining about, like, well, Bryce Young, yes, we know that 3 months ago we said the Texans were obviously the worst team in the league, but it turns out Bryce Young doesn't have any talent around him. Yeah. So they traded away their one good wide receiver to draft a quarterback who now has nobody around him, and now they also can't draft Marvin Harrison Jr. with what is the worst pick in the draft.
Dude, it's so funny. Like, and I'm so petty about this stuff. Like, I've gone back and watched draft night on getting picked fewer than probably 4 or 5 times in the last few weeks just to see the gushing. And part of it, I'm a little nervous in doing that because it's only 6 weeks in. Obviously, there's a lot left to play out with these guys and whatnot. I feel great about C.J. Stroud. I just like going back and watching and seeing all these announcers talk about what a genius move it was to gut all their drafts to move up and get a quarterback who weighs 98 pounds. That's all.
You know what? I a few weeks ago, I went back and revisited C.J. Stroud's pro day and watched as all of these announcers and national pundits and what have you just gushed about, wow, look at that. The Panthers, they've got 387 front office members at C.J. Stroud's Pro Day, and it's pretty obvious because Josh McCown is making plans to play horse with C.J. Stroud that they've got their guy, and they're going to walk off into eternity happily ever after. The Texans really messed up. They don't get their shot at C.J. Stroud. And then just so quickly, with a report of a test that nobody had ever heard of before, the S2 cognition test, all of a sudden it turns into, can't believe the Texans are stuck with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Dummies.
Boy, they really messed up. They're stuck with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Clowns and fools.
Yeah, it is. It all worked out. It's funny, though, Seth, because I mentioned I was looking ahead at the schedule. Like, it is like at this point, look, it's the little things right now being a Texan fan based on not being able to do stuff like this the last couple years. But, like, you look at the records of some of the teams that are around the Texans in the standings. Like, if the playoffs were to start this weekend, the Texans would not be a playoff team. They're 3-3. They'd be out of the play. Now, not every team's played the same number of games because of bye weeks. But my point is they're sort of hanging in that mosh pit of teams that have hopes, that are anywhere from the top of the wild card rung to like 10th or 11th in the league. I think they're 9th right now in the AFC. And so you just start looking at the teams around them in the standings and you go, wow, that game week 10 at Cincinnati, if the Texans take care of their business the next couple weeks, that's got playoff implications early on here. The week 12 game where they host Jacksonville as part of that 3-game stretch where they're home 3 weeks in a row, like, that could be for the division, Week 14. Like, honestly, dude, the Week 14 game at New York against the Jets, I don't know if anybody's looked. The Jets are 3-3 right now. Like, Zach Wilson's won a couple games, actually, against good teams. And so the Week 14
and Aaron Rodgers is throwing the football on the sideline.
While standing up on legs.
Claiming that he's not worried about playing this year or not. But, my God, yeah.
Yeah, the game at New York in early December, all of a sudden, that's not, the Texans playing out the string, and Zach Wilson's trash. And that, both these teams are 3-3. If they keep up this pace, the Cleveland game on Christmas Eve has a great chance to be not just Deshaun Watson coming back here again, but a meaningful football game. Like, it makes it fun to look ahead.
The Jets game is a lot of fun just because, just the Jets in general, like everything we just said, is that, like, there is a potential for a Zach Wilson, Aaron Rodgers quarterback controversy somewhere down the line. Not because people will think that, okay, Zach Wilson is now the new Aaron Rodgers, but because Aaron Rodgers would be coming off of an Achilles tendon injury, and an athletic quarterback would be out there hobbling around on a newly constructed Achilles tendon. But also, at that point, Derek Stingley might be back, and, with Sauce Gardner playing defensively, if the Jets and the Texans are both in the playoff hunt, maybe both for wild card bids or whomever, like there's a lot of symmetry there in terms of just preseason narratives versus what it is now.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot about the Stingley and Sauce Gardner angle for that Jets game. Yes.
Which is so far being decidedly won by Sauce Gardner, but still.
TKO. We're on the Stingley's on the ropes right now. We got a lot of people texting when we played that cut from Nick Caserio about, some guys are adhering to the swarm faster than others are.
Yeah.
A lot of people have suggested Derek Stingley might be somebody that maybe isn't swarming quite enough right now.
He's I'll tell you what, like, that kid works his butt off. I mean, that part of it, I'd be really surprised. I mean, Stingley's he's just getting injured all the time.
He's unlucky.
That's the problem. Like, his hamstring, there's zero chance that he's faking that hamstring injury, in my mind. And when you were out there at training camp, like, I don't know if everybody remembers or not, but it was really, really hot, even by Houston standards this summer, to the point where, 48-year-old radio hosts were questioning their career decisions midway through practice. And yet after practice, Stingley was out there for a good half hour, 45 minutes after every practice, outfield, work with various wide receivers, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, just working on releases and stuff like that. I don't think that's the issue. So I would be incredibly surprised if he was talking about Derek Stingley.
I would too. I would too. Like, people who are texting the idea, and just he's not choosing to be injured. You know what I mean? Like, Stingley would like to be out there. He would like to be out there playing. It's not.
There's no part of the swarm acronym that is impervious to injury.
That's right.
It's not like, there's no silent I or anything.
and I know probably a lot of you are asking Seth and I to go into the lab and cook up some sort of reverse hex on Stingley's hamstring. We got to get through the baseball playoffs first.
Yeah, we can't waste all that magic on things.
Sorry.
Like every little desire that people have.
Yeah. Texans got to do it on their own. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station.
His 1-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. Pena's got it to second one. On the first, there's two. And the Astros come to Arlington and take game 3. Back on the road and back in the win column.
Easy number one story in our top 8 at 8, the Ocho as we call it. 8 people game storylines you need to get your day started. And that was the final play of the Astros win last night over the Texas Rangers. 8-5 the final score. That was just the game 3 that we needed. Obviously, the Astros needed any kind of win. I would say that was just the game 3 that, as a fan, I felt I needed, Seth, because they jumped on them early. The game was never really in peril. It kept them at arm's length. The closest they ever got was 3 runs in that game. Yeah. It was 3-0. It was 5-2. Ultimately, it finished 8-5. Michael Brantley with what to me was the biggest play of the game, the running catch he had in left center on an Adolis Garcia. What would have been if he didn't catch it would have been a double. But the Astros were up 5-2 at that point, and the Rangers had a runner on second with 2 outs. Brantley doesn't make that catch. Now it's 5-3 with a runner presumably on second or third, and the Rangers have a little something cooking there against the Astros bullpen. And Neris, and that's one thing that. Boy, Neris has not been good in the postseason so far. He gave up another home run last night. He gave up all those runs in the Minnesota series in game 1 of that. Something to keep an eye on. But big win last night for the Astros, and I'm feeling really good about tonight, too.
No, I think that that ballpark, like, for whatever reason, it's real. The Astros are just they just click. They see everything perfectly. They see everything really well. Kyle Tucker walks 3 times and then hits a double. It was a very hard hit double at the end of the game, and that was the one that Jordan was thrown out at home on. It was like that is probably the perfect example of these guys just see the ball differently up there. Yeah. Whatever issues the Astros have had seeing the ball at Minute Maid with the signage and the batter's eye and all that, fine, we'll worry about that in games 6 and 7 potentially. But right now, I feel eminently confident that the Bats are going to keep this up for 2 more games.
It's wild, man. And now Jose Urquidy tonight. Now we're going, okay, Urquidy, you pitched. I would say the most important game of that final week of the season was a Jose Urquidy emergency start in that first game against Arizona where he pitched 5 or 6 innings of really good ball for the Astros. Then he gave you a really good outing in game 4 of the ALDS against Minnesota. And now, man, guy with 3 wins and an ERA over 5 in the regular season, and we're asking, man, save the season here. Save the season maybe a little extreme. They get down 3-1. They can still win the series, but it would be awfully nice to even this thing, get home field advantage back. I know that sounds weird because they suck at home this year, but I think we're counting on Urquidy tonight. The Astros Nation, again, turns its lonely eyes to you. Woo, woo, woo.
We're counting on Urquidy, but I think back to game 1 and think, okay, last night's performance out of Javier and Neris and everybody wouldn't have gotten it done in game 1. I like this. The pitching is now out of the. I should say the pitching staff in general wouldn't have gotten it done. I don't mean that in a harsh way one bit or the other. It's just the X factor for me in this series, in these playoffs in general, is going to be the offense, because I think the offense is just you're going to have to score in droves at times. You just can't rely on this to be a completely shut down pitching staff the way it has been in the past.
Is the biggest thing to come out of last night's game offensively for you that Kyle Tucker looks to be dialed back in again? It is for me.
Yeah, and specifically for the reason that I think it's indicative of how everybody just sees the ball better up there. Yeah. Like this team that used to be so renowned for its judgment at the plate, the fact that Kyle Tucker has been slumped. I know they were working on closing his stance off and all of that. Like they haven't tried anything at all during this last stretch of play by Kyle Tucker. I think guys, they see the ball better up there. Yeah. And for whatever reason, with this crew this year, that's how it is up in Arlington. And so I think, it feels better that Tucker is back, I think, but also that the rest of the guys probably are too.
Yep. All right, Texans news. Blake Cashman brought home some hardware yesterday. Blake Cashman, who had 15 tackles, a couple TFLs, a couple pass breakups, QB hit. He was all over the place. He's been all over the place since training camp, Blake Cashman has. He was the AFC Defensive Player of the Week this week for his performance against the New Orleans Saints. So thumbs up on Blake Cashman, who continues, according to the pundits at Pro Football Focus, Seth, he's the best linebacker walking planet Earth right now, according to
which in Blake Cashman would be the first to tell you don't listen to that grade.
It's exactly what he told me when I brought it up in the postgame show.
Yeah. He brought up like the times where you'll look at Pro Football Focus and like he was in zone every single play where the catches were made that are going to get made in that coverage, and he graded out like the worst linebacker in football. So, yeah, most guys take it with a grain of salt when they're graded high on Pro Football Focus. It matches the eyeball test, though, in a lot of ways with Blake Cashman. The biggest thing is, like, sometimes you can grade well on some of those websites when your defense just doesn't ask you to do that many hard things. So, like, oh, you have a bunch of good reps because the defense hasn't asked you to do hard things. D'Amico has asked Cashman to do a lot of really hard things, including running step for step with wide receivers multiple times this season, and he's done a really good job of it. So I think he is one of the candidates for an in-season extension the same way he got one last year. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets an in-season extension. Dalton Schultz would be an interesting one because I think Dalton Schultz might have a higher estimation of his own value than maybe Blake Cashman does, because Cashman's never been a name guy per se. So they might get a good bargain on Cashman where he still has some upside. Dalton, I'm not so sure.
I feel like Schultz, just real quick because you brought it up, I feel like Schultz came here to do what Tyrann Mathieu did back in 2018, which is play here for a year and then go get a big deal somewhere else. I think it would say a lot about the Texans in the building over there culturally if Dalton Schultz did sign an extension before testing his value on the market. I think it'd say a lot about D'Amico and C.J. Stroud probably.
3.
Thursday Night Football tonight. Two teams the Texans have played. Two teams the Texans have defeated this year, facing off in New Orleans. Of course, they beat the Saints last week. They beat the Jags a few weeks ago. Jacksonville at New Orleans tonight, Thursday Night Football, Seth. The big story with this game is Trevor Lawrence, who was going through some tests on a bruised knee earlier this week. It looks like he's going to play in this game. He's going to play with a knee brace. I'm very, very intrigued to see what this looks like tonight.
Right. And this is exactly why people don't like Thursday night games. You've got a quarterback with an injury situation that probably would have played if it were a Sunday game, but it's just a really short time schedule. Not to mention they've been on the weird London schedule and recovery London, all that. It's just it gets a little bit weird. I'm very interested in watching former Texans opponents. Like, now that you're feeling good about the Texans, they've won 3 of their last 4 games, and 2 of the victories were versus these 2 teams. I'd actually like this to be a win for the Texans by both teams playing like a clean football, like competitive football, and some competent quarterback.
Well, in Jacksonville, you face again in week 12. So you're looking back and you're looking ahead when it comes to Jacksonville.
And since so many people had asked about this before the game and have mentioned it since we're talking about Trevor's here, Trevor Penning, the former first-round pick from the New Orleans Saints, who many of you recall I despised in the draft last year because I felt like he had the reputation of being a tough guy, mostly because he would, jump on guys after he got his ass beat. He would jump on them and try to punch them and shove them, and stupid coaches and evaluators oh, look at how tough he is. Just as a quick recap, he had been benched before this game against the Texans. He was pressed into duty, and he got thoroughly destroyed. You recall he got called for tripping? That was his go-to move in the second half of that game last week.
Oh, yeah.
He was tripping like anybody and everybody he could.
Could have gotten called.
It was hilarious.
Dude. They could have called it on him 4 times in the game if they wanted.
Defensive backs out on the perimeter.
Yeah.
He's just he's a mess and he's awful. And I do think he stopped trying to kill everybody. Yeah. But his personal offensive line coach got mad at me before the draft because these kids are just trying to do right in this world.
He's a pro now. Sorry.
Trevor out like he was so I was like, all right, fine. Take down the video I made of him getting destroyed by 230-pound guys
about the
at the
video.
Senior Bowl. Well, now he's a full-grown man who sucks. That I'm gonna take off the gloves on it. He's until further notice, he's a bust. And he's a fraud. He's a tough guy, okay?
I forgot about the video.
4.
All right, the Rockets last night. They played the Spurs again, preseason basketball. If you recall, the Rockets beat the Spurs in a preseason game a few nights ago, 99-89. The Spurs beat them last night, 117-103. I'll admit I didn't watch a ton of this game. I watched some of it. The big difference, Victor Wembanyama played in this game. Pray for Victor. Yeah, or pray against Victor. Dude, look, Victor is going to be fascinating to watch if I were to remain neutral. This is going to be a miserable next 10 or 12 years unless something happens to him physically, because he's 7'4", and 7'4" guys shouldn't be running around on hardwood all year.
This is the thing I would say about that, Sean, is that I've talked to people, my brother-in-law for one, because he's plugged in with a lot of different coaches on like the youth side of things.
Yeah.
Basically, not to diminish like what a freak Wembanyama is, but there's more coming. Like this generation of basketball players, like ever since Kevin Durant has been a mentor to them on YouTube, like 7-footers they have a different level of expectations for what kind of basketball players they're going to be.
Yeah.
So there's a whole pipeline of 7-foot tall dudes, give or take a few inches, that have freakish skills and are all around players. So I think it's not that Wembanyama isn't going to be a great player. I just think that there will be guys that can combat Wembanyama that might just be 15 or 16 years old right now.
Dirk was a big one for that too. For Europe, like tall European kids watching Dirk play. Dirk is 7 feet tall, and he doesn't play like what you considered a traditional 7-foot tall player back in the 90s. He came in the league in '98. He came in here shooting threes. So you're right. They groom him differently now.
On the American side of things too, they're catching on too.
Yep.
5.
Let's stick with basketball for one more bullet point. James Harden. Sixers are getting ready to start their season pretty soon, as are the other 29 NBA teams. The Sixers had practice yesterday in Philadelphia. James Harden was in Houston. He was in Houston yesterday. Just not going. Just not showing up.
It was so awesome. It almost made me a fan of James Harden. I'm like, you know what? I guess, you know what? There's a part of me that, like, anytime you can just anger other fan bases with various things, like, joking about cheating or something like that. I like that James Harden's go-to move for getting out of a contract these days is to go back where it all began and go to Houston and eat some Tex-Mex.
Yeah.
It's a big win for guacamole.
It is huge. The nachos. You are the winner today. Okay. Now, I was reading up on this yesterday because you brought up, like, okay, can they be fining him? Should they be fining him? The fine for missing a practice is nominal in the NBA. It's like literally like $2,500. The part that gets dicey for James is when the regular season starts, if he's skipping regular season games, he is withholding services. He can start fining him for whatever his prorated portion of his salary is for that game. Yeah. I can't imagine James. Well, he's already
shown he's perfectly willing to show up and, like, I'll go on the court. Yeah,
that's my question. If he shows up, look, he hasn't practiced. He hasn't, like, he's clearly checked out on this team. He's openly said he doesn't trust anybody in the front office, particularly Daryl Morey. If he shows up, do they play him in regular season games?
I don't know. I mean, Morey's. I don't know, man. Like, if he's going to roll himself out on the court like he did in Houston and just be a complete non-factor. Not a non-factor, a negative factor in the games.
What do you do?
I don't know. It's he's already shown that he's willing to do it, and it's not embarrassing to him apparently. And he got his way. He's gotten his way before doing it. So why bother rolling him out there? I guess.
It's crazy. Yeah.
It's just it's a shame. I don't think this is an old school versus a new age thing or anything either. Like, people who are fans of basketball want to watch basketball players play basketball. I don't think this is a grumpy old man take at all. Like you pointed this out, it sucks now to even, like, when you try to listen to Zach Lowe on a podcast or something, half of the talk ends up being about all of this off the court machination and everything has almost nothing to do with basketball itself, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and it's hard to understand too. We start getting into trades in the NBA and trade exceptions and the salary cap. It's a super confusing CBA.
There's a disconnect between, like, basketball in a lot of ways should be the most relatable sport because it's 5 players, they're right there in front of you. It's and everybody is paid either in school or on the playground, and for whatever reason, it feels like there's a growing chasm between the agents, the analytics nerds, and the actual fans of the game.
Absolutely.
6.
Kyler Murray activated from the PUP list. He is he of course. Thank you, Ben. Coming back from a knee injury, of course, tore his ACL last year. He's designated to return from the PUP this week. Seth, if they're activating him off the PUP list, I mean, Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, has already said when he's healthy, he's going to play. So my biggest question is, I wonder what Cardinal fans want. Do they even want Kyler Murray? Are they out on Kyler Murray right now? Do you think?
I think they're probably look, we've been through this enough times. I think in any fan base, there's a group that are A-okay with losing as many games as possible to try to get there, and then there's a group that just say, no, life is short. I'm old school. I want to win football games. Let's just do it and let the cards fall where they may. So I don't know. I'm just putting myself in the position of being like an Arizona sports radio host, being called on to other shows, and the host asks, so what are fans there thinking? And I'm like, well, I've got it broken down by percentages. Here you go. There's going to be widespread disagreement. I guess the important question is, what do the Cardinals themselves want or hope for, and what do they really think of Kyler Murray? I mean, there's a chance that they might really see an upside in Kyler Murray, especially since Kyler Murray was being coached by a glorified college coach for the first part of his NFL career. You know, and there's a lot of, I know the first people say is like, hey, Seth, he doesn't study his iPad. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury actually knew what to study on his iPad. Yeah. Like, if you talk about the air raid system, it's not rocket science. You know, they don't really ask their quarterbacks to be big-time thinkers and analyzers. So I don't know if, that offense ever really evolved into or had the expectations for the quarterback that other offensive coordinators might. So I think the Cardinals probably really want to just see what they can do with Kyler Murray because he's the bird in the hand.
7.
All right, quick one here. Anthony Richardson, it is confirmed he will get shoulder surgery. He will be done for the year. Look, it's an injury, so it feels weird to say. I don't think this is the worst thing in the world for Anthony Richardson to sit and watch football for a year and get in the classroom and learn more. I think the Colts might actually have a better chance to win games with Gardner Minshew at quarterback for this year. So Anthony Richardson, and maybe study on how to treat your body a little better on the field while you're at it, you know?
Yeah. He's got that RG3 element to him where you just feel like no matter how athletic somebody is, you're kind of like, I feel like he's prone to injury.
Yeah.
Clowney was that same way, too. They just move in kind of like a stiff and awkward. Despite being incredibly athletic, they kind of move in a stiff and awkward way that it's weird. It's weird. I think with Richardson, though, too, a lot of his issues with when he gets erratic are just that he's so sloppy and all over the place mechanically. So, and it's hard to improve your mechanics while you're also getting, the crap beat out of you as an NFL rookie quarterback. That might be a really good opportunity for him to just get his footwork right. Even as he's rehabbing his arm, he can really start working on his footwork and everything. And maybe that ultimately is bad Texans, but good Anthony Richardson.
8.
May need to save this one for later. I think we need more than the minute we have for this one. About the Lithuanian man who has scammed at least 20 restaurants by faking a heart attack when the bill rolls around.
20.
That's a pretty good
Here's
scam.
Another one. Who did I just say earlier I'm starting to grudgingly admire about for doing something bad? I can't remember, but that's how I'm feeling about this guy,
This
too.
guy, yeah.
I grudgingly admire this guy.
Yeah. They finally got up to finally caught up to him in Spain. He'd been traversing the continent of Europe scamming restaurants with fake heart attacks at bill time.
Oh, so this is like that. He's a European con man traveling the continent by train, just like in that Steve Martin flick.
Yeah.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Yeah. Most of them in Spain's Costa Blanca region.
That's his problem. He got lazy and just was doing it in all the different restaurants in one region.
Yeah, you got to spread out. Yeah, you got to spread out.
How did they find out? How did they figure it out? Somebody followed him or something to be sure he was. I bet when a restaurant manager called to check up on him, like being a decent human being, and found out that he had never been checked into a hospital or something.
Yeah. When he finally got caught, the waiter left the table. The guy got up, tried to leave. He was stopped. So he tried to just dine and dash. He was stopped when he was notified he had to cover the bill. Visibly upset, the scammer said he was going to get money from his hotel room, but the staff didn't let him leave. And at that point, he started faking a heart attack. And they said it was very theatrical. They just flat out didn't believe him, it looks like. Awesome. All right.
I got to get the audio there's a famous one from Oh, it was an Australian man, I think, but it was in an Asian country where he's getting he was like he had a warrant out him for a really serious crime, but he became known for being a dine and dash guy himself, and he actually got arrested for it. And as they're putting him in this car, he just sounds stark raving mad, which I don't know if it was a put on or not, but he said,
"Oh, I need to see this."
What is my crime? Eating a delectable Chinese meal? Get your hands off my. And then he said it talked about his groin. Yeah.
That's great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. John McClain joins us next. Is John McClain ever faked a heart attack to get out of a bill at a restaurant?
He faked an arm injury at the airport. I remember that was to get out of his Southwest charges.
There you go. All right, John McClain. We'll talk a little Texans with John McClain next. Stay there.
I'll tell you.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Usually joins us on Wednesday. Today, a Thursday. John McClain, our senior Texans columnist, SportsRadio610.com. And, of course, my co-host on the Hughtopia Football Podcast. We are recording a little later on this morning. John, great to talk to you. How you doing?
Couldn't be better after that game last night. People are pumped about the Texans. I'm reading things all over the country about the Texans being one of the biggest surprises, most improved team. Of course, C.J. Stroud is a runaway leader for Offensive Player of the Year, so it's a good time to be a sports fan in Houston.
Offensive Rookie of the Year, John, just to be clear.
Offensive Rookie. What does
you said Offensive Player of the Year? I just didn't want people running around. I didn't want people respect your opinion. I didn't want people going to the water cooler today saying that you said he's going to be offensive player. Someday, John, right?
Maybe this year. You never know.
Hey, you never know. You never know. So do you have, with the Texans playing as well as they're playing, do you find that you have a lot more of your peers in the the journalism realm reaching out to you this year than you have in years past? Or have the Texans been such a weird oddity the last couple of years that it's the same amount of people reaching out, they just happen to be reaching out about positive stuff this year?
It's the only thing I got is more requests to do talk shows.
Okay. And would you say yes to all of them because Carol tells you to say yes to all of them, right?
I do. And when I had my name removed from the NFL Black Book, which all media people use when they want to contact people around the league, and when I retired from the Chronicle, I asked them to take it out. Thought a lot of people wouldn't be able to find me, but it's not like I've disappeared.
No.
You know, John, it's interesting that in the last couple of weeks, there's been so much talk about C.J. Stroud and then also Bobby Slowick that D'Amico hasn't been mentioned as much, where I think that was the coup of the offseason when D'Amico decided to come to the Texans and nobody expected it. A lot of people didn't expect it. I guess, do you feel like D'Amico in some ways is getting short shrift right now? Not that he'd care, but I'm curious about that part of it.
Well, Seth, I read this week, betonline.com, when they started 0-2, the odds against him, he was 40-1 for coach year. Now it's 3-1, 7-1, and he's third behind Dan Campbell and Mike McDaniel. And he's getting respect as a head coach, but it's weird because he calls the plays. So really, if they're talking about a defensive coordinator, even though Matt Burke has that title and works on the game plan with him, D'Amico has done a tremendous job. Just their improvement against the run. My goodness, they were by far the worst in the league last year. They've overcome injuries. They've turned Blake Cashman into an all-pro player at this point, and it's amazing what they have done on defense. And they're one of the best teams at getting pressure, but one of the worst teams at getting sacks. And I assume at some point they'll be able to kind of seal the deal by getting more sacks since they are getting pressure, and a lot of that is him doing a great job with those defensive calls.
Hey, John, you mentioned Blake Cashman. His name has come up in a topic that we've been kind of kicking around the last couple days on the heels of Nick Casario's press conference where Cody Stutes asked him about in-season contract extensions, and there's obviously a ton of guys in contract years because they've got a lot of one-year deals on this team and so forth. Blake Cashman is one of them who's in a contract year right now. And Nick said he's open to doing that, with players. We've seen him do it before. If you had to put a power ranking together, who would your top couple guys be that you would like to see get extended by the Texans for the next couple years?
Nico Collins, number one. The problem with Blake Cashman, he's hurt a lot. He was on IR 3 times when he was with the Jets. Then he came here. He's been injured at times. You want a guy before you pay him a lot of money, be somebody to stay on the field. And, if a guy's staying on the field when he's got a chance to make money, that's great. But then you wonder, okay, is he going to be like Aaron Judge, who's healthy one year? It happened to be the year he got for more than $400 million, and he's hurt again this year. So Nico, who's also was injured the first 2 years too much, I would start with Nico, then Cashman. I hope they re-sign Jonathan Grenard. But, you don't know. You can't re-sign all of them. They're going to have money. And I'm eager to see if if they have something they think they need right now, if they beat the Panthers, they're going to be 4-3, and they're going to still be no worse than second place, or they could be tied for first. Is there a player, like is there a left guard somewhere where a team wants to trade for a low pick like Shaq Mason to get out from under the contract? Would they do that? Because as you know, you can't have enough good offensive linemen. Now, I don't see them getting, maybe they get, people are talking about defensive ends. They've got 3 defensive ends. And if they were going to have another defensive lineman, it would be a tackle playing next to, I think, in a rotation with Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins. So they give them 3 because right now it's Kurt Hinish. But I can't wait to see if Caserio wants to fortify anything at the trade deadline because team is a playoff contender.
Yeah, John, I guess the one guy we were talking about yesterday is Jerry Hughes is 35 years old. He's from Houston. He wanted to play here in Houston. Is there a chance? I don't think they would extend him in season. He's 35 years old. He has not missed. He missed 1 game in 11 seasons up until now. Like, he's incredibly durable. Like, if you had to put your money on it, I don't think he'll affect off-season plans necessarily because of his age. But do you think, especially if this team looks like a genuine playoff contender, that he's back next year?
I think this, Seth. They say behind the scenes he's really good. And they've got a lot of guys like that. And that's one of the reasons they're where they are. They got the right guys to come in and be leaders. And Jerry Hughes and Jimmy Ward, guys like that are real good at it. I could see them maybe giving him a 1-year deal if he wanted to stick around for another year. I think that, they have high hopes for Dylan Horton. He gets a lot of playing time. So you got 3 ends now, and Horton would be 4th. Doesn't mean that wouldn't be a priority, but I think a priority in the draft or free agency would be an interior guy who can get the quarterback. But if they think Jerry Hughes is worth a 1-year deal and he wants to stay in his hometown, I think it's definitely a possibility.
John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. Hey, John, just shifting gears around the league a little bit here, and I want to actually go up to New England, where the New England Patriots are one of the worst teams in football right now, and it doesn't look like there's any end in sight for them becoming a good football team again. If the Patriots finish the season in a position to get one of these quarterbacks, which they very well could, if they're that high up in the draft and the Mac Jones thing isn't working out, do you think that Robert Kraft lets Bill Belichick pick a quarterback in the draft, or do they just start over up in New England?
Well, we don't even know if Bill Belichick's going to get back. Steve Howe has covered that team forever up there, wrote a column last week in The Athletic, said, if you don't believe Robert Kraft would fire Bill Belichick, you don't know Robert Kraft. Now, a lot of people told me at the Combine, media people covered that team forever, that Kraft was not happy the way the team was going. And he certainly can't be happy this year. If Bill Belichick is back, he would definitely make the call on the quarterback. And it's amazing, isn't it, how many teams still need quarterbacks, and this is a good year to do it. And I think that's the good thing about losing. People don't like it, but boy, if they see that light at the end of the tunnel could be a franchise quarterback, they're going to jump on that tank bandwagon.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm just thinking because of the symmetry between the two, Tom Coughlin and Bill Belichick were both Parcells disciples. Coughlin wins two Super Bowls versus the Patriots. But then they fired Coughlin because he had 3 losing seasons in a row. 6-10 was the worst of them. They go on to hire such luminaries as Ben McAdoo, Pat Shurmur, and Joe Judge. Have one little fling with Brian Daboll that gave him hope last year. I wonder if Kraft, I wonder if his first thought, we got to get a Belichick to get somebody else in here, or if it's more just of a jockeying of him, maybe forcing Belichick to get rid of some of his family members and friends and bring in other people, or just be more heavy-handed as an owner.
Could be. I don't know how much. I know Kraft likes to know everything that's going on because he's around the team a lot, but he's not. I don't think he's made him make decisions. I was told at the Combine he's the one that wanted Bill O'Brien back. And that's why Bill came back. Now, they would never say that, of course, and it hadn't worked out the way they wanted with O'Brien coaching Mac Jones. And going back to when Belichick was hired, people want to say, oh, boy, that Bob Kraft, he saw something special. No, he hired Belichick to stick it to Parcells, and it worked out great. And so it doesn't mean all of a sudden he's going to select the right coach. There was a story I read last week also about Gerard Mayo, who they paid a lot of money to stay on the staff and not interview for the Carolina head coaching job, which makes people think that they have Gerard Mayo on that team to be the heir apparent to Belichick.
Is that a good job, John? Like, if Bill Belichick gets fired, as bad as it's been the last couple of years, he's still in the conversation for greatest coach in the history of the game. Like, is that a good job considering you're going to be starting from rock bottom and you're following in Belichick's footsteps? Or is maybe now a good time to follow in Belichick's footsteps because maybe he's been exposed a little bit here?
If it's somebody came from within the organization like Gerard Mayo, he's been there as a player and as a coach, and so he understands the ins and the outs. And whoever it is, the media is going to love it because they're going to get a guy who's going to answer their questions. But and if they had a new quarterback, say they ended up with Caleb Williams or Drake May, the two top prospects, one of them, I think that people would be really fired up about the direction the team could go. Because, covering Belichick, I asked him one time, would you rather cover a quarterback, a head coach who was a great interview, gave you great quotes, and you might or you might not win, or would you rather cover Bill knowing you're a Super Bowl or bust? And they all said Bill Belichick.
Of course. Yeah, it's way more fun covering a team that wins. I love that. By that theory, John, you just get somebody who answers questions, and it's an upgrade over this version of Belichick.
Anybody would be.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. John McClain joins us each and every Wednesday normally. Thursday this week. John, Stros win tonight? Give us a prediction.
I'm going to say yes. They were, they've been in this predicament before. They were in this predicament in 1921 and 22 when they were down 2-1 on the road, won 2 in a row. So why not? If they win this one, there's going to be a lot of tight collars in the Metroplex.
Yeah.
If it's 2-2. And I saw Alvarez said that maybe they should wear their road uniforms at home. Well, unfortunately, the commissioner won't let them stay at Globe Life Field. But, man, if the Astros win another one, that next game is going to be unbelievable. And then they come back home and lose it like they did with the Nationals.
Oh, shut your mouth, John. No.
Hey, they're terrible at home.
I know. But let's eat what's on our plate. Let's get through Game 4 first. Then we can be negative Nellies about the 2 home games at the back end of this. Hey, John, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in a few hours when we record the podcast. Appreciate the time as always.
I look forward to it. Thank you guys very much.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, John McClain, joining us here on the show. All right, up next, we actually talked to Peter King a little bit earlier about both C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. We're a little over a week away from that game. I think the game was being looked at a certain way heading into the season, considering the top 2 picks. What are the storylines going to be nationally next week on that game? How is the NFL world processing the battle between the number 1 and number 2 picks heading into next Sunday, a week from Sunday? We'll discuss that next.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a week from Sunday, the Texans play the Carolina Panthers. And I think what I'm about to say is probably indicative of just how rapidly the Texans have improved things. I think, Seth, going into the season, obviously you look at that game, you go, oh, well, that's Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud more than Panthers versus Texans. My guess is in Carolina that they're, even without having their own first-round pick, the Bears have their first-round pick, I'm guessing a lot of Carolina fans would be totally cool if the Panthers lost the game as long as Bryce Young actually looked good in that game.
Yeah. Oh, the other interesting story about it is that Thomas Davis is taking over as the play caller on offense. He's the guy.
Thomas Brown.
Thomas Brown is taking over as the play caller on offense. So that's like, it could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. It's going to be D'Amico versus another, a rookie play caller in this instance. But yeah, there's change and turmoil and everything else in Carolina.
Yeah, well, a rookie play caller who actually interviewed for the job D'Amico ended up getting here in Houston.
Yeah.
He was a Texans interviewee, so he's well thought of around the league. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like play calling wise. But as far as that game goes in Carolina, if I had to guess, because it's a lost season for them now, they just need Bryce Young to look good in a game, and especially they'd feel good if he looked good in a game where C.J. Stroud is on the other side. And I think going into the season, Seth, if I'm being honest with myself, not knowing what the Texans are going to look like in Week 8, but if you asked me back in August, and I would game, I said, you know what, I just want C.J. Stroud to outplay Bryce Young in that game. I don't even know if I'm all caught up in the results of that game. Now, Bryce can throw for 350 for all I care in that game as long as the Texans win, you know? Like I just want them to win the game. I'm comfortable that we've got the better quarterback, you know?
Yeah, that's true. The one you can feel better about just moving forward for all the conventional reasons that, oh, you know what? Look, C.J. Stroud just looks more like an NFL quarterback, not just in size, although that is nice. You know, he's already played through one injury that you don't worry about as much with C.J. Stroud because he's a big dude. Yep. But just in terms of going through progressions, understanding how to read NFL defenses, adjusting to the blitz, when teams play coverage like they have the last couple of weeks, what are your answers for it? C.J. just keeps passing these tests. Well, in Carolina, it's become more of an accumulation of various excuses they can make for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
And some of them might be valid. They might be valid excuses, but there are questions that have not been answered about Bryce Young. And it's just it feels better right now. Now, we here in Houston know that these stories are not told in one season. You know, whether it's Vince Young was a better draft pick than Mario Williams after their rookie season, like all these other things that end up being flipped on their head. But for a lot of reasons right now, there's reasons to believe that CJ's growth and development is way ahead of schedule and is going to be better than a lot of other quarterbacks who have fared as rookies.
Yeah, I don't even need him to outplay Bryce Young. Like, I need him to play well enough for them to win the football game. That's where we are. Like, and honestly, like, Texans being 4-3 going into that Tampa Bay game here at home.
Well, yeah. The other thing, too, if you're going to compare the two, Sean, like not the quarterbacks, but just the teams themselves, like Scott Fitterer, the general manager, and Frank Reich before the draft talked about how they didn't even discuss which was their favorite quarterback or not until they finally came to the decision a few weeks before the draft, and they disclosed it, and they realized they already had a feeling, but they both knew that Bryce Young was the guy. Yeah. That was the narrative immediately after the draft. I don't know, lately now on Carolina sports radio and elsewhere, the talk is whether the owner had an unduly heavy influence on things. Like all this drama and all this stuff that, Frank Reich seems like a really decent dude, but man, maybe it just is that he's not cut out to be a head coach or what. I don't know. He did a great job. I thought he did a great job in Indianapolis given the quarterback constraints, but then you wonder, okay, how much of the issue was Frank Reich and whatever input he had into the quarterback selection process?
Well, yeah, and you know what? This is an interesting topic because I thought Reich, I think, did do a decent job. He only won one playoff game in Indianapolis, but he was not dealt the best hand when it came to quarterbacks. Andrew Luck retires after his first year there. Think of the two owners, though, Seth. We had that clip. I don't think we played it last week. But Frank Reich was Did we play it last week?
I thought you meant the one of the owner talking about the point guard stuff.
No. I was talking about Frank. I was going to say Frank Reich talking about the owner himself. Frank Reich at a press conference was very open about how, he sits with Dave Tepper on a near daily basis, and he was very open, saying these meetings are not fun. They're not fun meetings right now. The difference between working for Jim Irsay and a hedge fund billionaire, it's got to be. I mean, Jim Irsay, who is, God bless him, he's a second-generation owner who's been immersed in football his whole life, who's a very quirky, eccentric dude who wants to win really badly. I mean, that's probably the common thread, is they're both very competitive guys, but just stylistically, to go from Jim Irsay and those types of Jim Irsay, who tried to play kumbaya with a GM and head coach that didn't like each other before Reich got there, with Ryan Grigson and Chuck Pagano.
Years.
Yeah,
it was like years. It seemed like somebody had to go, and then they would figure out a way to get the band back together.
Yeah,
and that's where Jim Irsay, as a wannabe rock star, hurt him. I think is that I think he looked at each of these like, I'm going to keep Aerosmith together.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be the one. No, if they could have just stayed together, yeah.
And now playing for Dave Tepper. I mean, Frank Reich looks like an overwhelmed guy at these press conferences right now.
The other Dave Tepper, the owner, though, too, shows all the hallmark signs of being the type of rich dude who thinks that he genuinely knows better than everybody in every field because he's a rich dude in his field.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of a Dan Snyder, I think. Because you come in and you believe that because you've managed to accumulate $1 billion in your field, that obviously these dumb football coaches don't know what the hell they're doing. I'm going to make the right decisions for them. Which, however much of truth there might be to some of that, it's very easy to take it way too far, much the way Dan Snyder did when he first came in for the first, I'd say, 25 years?
Yeah, 25 years. Yeah. Well, and I think, too, I mean, Dave Tepper, you look at the background of him as an owner, he's a hedge fund guy. So there's probably a very analytical part of him, very quantitative, very numbers-driven, right? That S2 test probably meant more to Carolina than it did to most teams in the NFL. Honestly, if Tepper is the one, and I saw the same rumors you did, that he had heavy influence on this Bryce Young thing, and that's the excuse that's being made now, I could see if that were the case, where a guy like that from that background would look at a cognitive test where a guy got a 98 percentile comparing to a guy who was in the 18th percentile and go, well, what are we doing here? These are stark numbers right here on something that's very relevant and germane to the position that they play, The
other thing with hedge fund guys, too, is they generally appreciate the value of an outlier. Like, they'll, they should fear the outlier, but a lot of times they get more titillated by the outlier because they know that's where the big money is if you get hit on an outlier. And I think with Bryce Young, they probably figured, oh, yeah, he's that outlier. I've identified my swan, and now I'm going to own this swan. And it's not always so simple as that.
No.
When you come from an industry where, the Silicon Valley bros that own basketball teams are the ones that are fun because they come from an industry where, if you're in the, if you're on the venture capital side of things, you expect to fail, 98% of the time. Here we go. You're not going to have 98 seasons to be alive for as you own this team.
Right.
It's not easy to fail 98% of the time.
That's right. I think even Irsay, whereas Tepper falls for the S2 test, I think even Irsay would have looked at, he would have shook Bryce Young's hand, even though Irsay himself said, I kind of like the guy from Alabama. I think the first time he talked to him and he hears this.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
Even Irsay would be like, how old is this kid again? He's 5'0", 100 and nothing. Nope. We're going to get Anthony Richardson instead. That'll do ya. Okay. I think even Irsay would be like, nah, man, this guy's a little too small. All right. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to the Astros. But first, let's give away some tickets to the
Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night.
Damn right.
Caller number 5 now. And you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Big caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
All right, there you go. Call in now. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. These whiskey talks are great. We have a great time at these. It's a week from tonight. So get your passes. We're doing it all day today. So the other shows will have passes too every hour. And then we're doing it all day tomorrow as well. All right. The Astros get back on track last night. We've still got to drop a hex on somebody in the 9 o'clock hour. What were the biggest takeaways from last night that have us feeling good about the direction this series is going? The Astros have 3 finalists for the Gold Glove Award, Which one are we rooting for the most to break through and nab a Gold Glove here this season? That is next.
If you've been injured.
played here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's 1-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. Pena's got it to second one. On the first, there's two. And the Astros come to Arlington and take game 3. Back on the road and back in the win column.
Hell yeah. Back on the road, back in the win column. I feel like that's redundant for the Astros. If they're winning, chances are they're on the road. You don't need to say it. Like, it's back on the road, back in the win column. Duh. That's where they win, is on the road.
Pay attention, Dodger Joe.
That's right. It's a scary thing. Is at some point, they're going to have to steal one at home in this series, Seth. The Astros
I know, that's the tough thing. It's going to come down to winning at least one at home.
At Minute Maid Park.
Boy. Enter the sometimes too friendly confines of Minute Maid. You know what I think we need to do? What I had suggested when the Astros first signed Carlos Beltran back again in 2017, which is to boo him. Just continue booing Carlos Beltran the same way you had for an entire decade. Just continue to boo him. And people did not follow my advice. It worked out okay, I guess. But, I mean, they had to retire his glove and everything and then dig it back up. But still, yeah, I think I don't know what to do other than, like, let's just worry. Let's get to that bridge. That's what it is. Let's get to the bridge that we worry about, and then maybe we'll cross it, maybe we won't. But first, win one of these games to force that Game 6.
Yeah, one of the things about this series so far is that because they lost the first 2 games, we haven't really been able to appropriately enjoy the GD heater that Jordan is on right now. Like, Jordan is like, this is weird to say because he has hot streaks that transcend the sport at times. Like, this is the contact that he's been making since the playoffs started, like literally since the playoffs started. Like, other than the game 1 against the Rangers where he may or may not have had some sort of stomach virus where he was swinging at balls that were bouncing in front of the plate. The fact is, Jordan might have just wanted to get out of the batter's box so he could go back to the bathroom to take care of whatever the stomach issues were, or the virus was with him. That was the only game where he's looked anything below really, really good in the playoffs so far. It feels like he is on a massive heater right now. He should have had a home run last night, which would have given him 7 home runs in 7 games in the playoffs so far.
Still batted 2 in,
right.
Almost scored on Kyle Tucker's, or could have scored on Kyle Tucker's double. Like, he's been all over the place.
It's crazy.
That's the heroics of him last night were awesome, but it's just nice to see everybody else get involved too. You have 5 different guys drive runs in. It just everybody got a taste last night. The lineup, I think, doesn't need to be tweaked one bit. Kyle Tucker, if anything, looks to be super comfortable in his spot now, and he walks 3 times, gets that double at the end on a really well-struck baseball. And I think, you just roll forward with this until further notice.
Yeah, they did a really good job of keeping. They did a really good job of keeping the Rangers kind of at arm's length in the game. Like, they built that 5-0 lead. And then Josh Young for the Rangers hits the 2-run home run in the 5th. The Rangers get a little traffic on the bases at the end of the 6th inning. They take Javier out, and then Brantley makes the catch to make sure that no runs come home. That was the biggest defensive play in the game. And then the Astros, immediately after the Brantley catch, Seth, that's when Jordan got the bases loaded single to put them back up 7-2. Then the bottom of that inning, Young hits another home run. What happens? They come back, and they bring another run home in the top of the 8th. So they did a really good job, I thought, in game of anytime the Rangers started to get a little something going and get a little closer, the Astros always seem to respond with runs, by extending the lead on them.
Is Young a guy that we're fearful of going on a rally of some sort and needs to be hexed because of that? Or do you get more feel like Young had his little moment and that'll be the end of it? So we need to anticipate who the next Young is. Last night we hexed Scherzer and it worked magnificently well. But if we could have seen in advance that you should have also hexed Young. I don't know. It doesn't matter ultimately. They would have won either way. We could have left the hex alone last night, and I think they would have won that game.
We could have, but it was nice that we did it to Scherzer, and he was so just trash terrible last night. Young's a rookie, so we don't have a huge. I mean, he's really good during the regular season.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are texting in that should be the guy. I think a lot of people are nervous that he himself may be getting on a bit of a heater right now.
The only thing I worry, Tavares was kind of an annoyance last night. Tavares got that first hit. Tavares made the catch at the wall. There's something about Tavares that almost has like a Dubon feel to him. That maybe by hexing Tavares, you end up infecting the rest of the squad.
Because Dubon is such a positive, just a spreading of good feeling around the clubhouse.
Yeah, he's Mr. Can-Do.
Yeah.
He's a scrappy little fella.
Okay.
He's going to get it done. I don't know. That's probably overthinking it. I think Young and as a rookie could, Josh Young could end up being the bright young star who becomes a hero in the ALCS by all of a sudden a Jordan-like home run binge.
Yeah.
And you don't want that to happen. You want to nip it in the bud. You want to nip it in the young.
Right. 713-572-4610. Put in your requests. Yeah. And texter 9901. Yeah, Young is first or second for Rookie of the Year. Hex. He is. He's among the leaders. He's among the favorites to win Rookie of the Year. He was really, really good this year.
He just hasn't been – he was great this year. He hasn't been awesome as of late. His last 15 games, he's batting .214. Last 7 games, batting .120. These must not have been updated before last night. Yeah, I think he's going to be the guy. Oh, no, he's .355 in the postseason. So
he's been good.
That was regular season stats. Yeah, okay, Young's going to have to be the guy, I think.
Okay. We'll make a final determination a little later on in the 9 o'clock hour. Hey, the Astros, Seth, have 3 guys who are finalists for Gold Gloves. Alex Bregman, third base. Mauricio Dubon is a double finalist, second base and utility. And then Kyle Tucker for right field. Feels like a bit of a reputation nomination for Kyle Tucker, who's seems to, his defense was at times this year. It felt like he was using his defense to make a statement to the front office.
Look, I know that was a hard hit ball last night that went sailing over his head, but that tends to be the kind he struggles with. He likes to watch the ball. He likes to get a feel for how fast he needs to run as he's watching the ball go over his head instead of running to get to the spot. And the balls hit over his head are the ones that are particularly annoying.
I'm going to give him a pass on that one. I thought the same thing when it happened. And just watching on that thing got out there fast.
Right, yeah. No, if it were anybody else, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? But I don't know. I've seen this play out before. So good job, Kyle Tucker, doing that thing that you didn't actually seem to care all that much about this year. But yeah,
he doesn't even need to try on defense, and the dude's a finalist for the Gold Glove. If you could pick one of the 3 to give the Gold Glove to, Seth, they're going to give you – they're not just a vote. They're going to let you pick one of these 3 to get a Gold Glove, Bregman, Dubon, or Tucker. Who would you give it to?
I think boy, that's tough because –
not Tucker, obviously.
No, I think obviously – if it were purely nothing else involved in it and just on a night-in, night-out basis, who helped you the most, I'm guessing Bregman's defensive WAR is higher than Mauricio Dubon's. And yet Dubon had to do it in so many different ways and with such an erratic schedule that for level of difficulty and everything else. Not to mention the fact that Bregman's already won his share of awards. Dubon all the way.
You'd give it to Dubon? See, I'd give it to Bregman because, to my knowledge, I don't think he's won a Gold Glove yet, and he's been a very, very good defensive third baseman during his career, and he's been excellent this year. He's been really, really good this year. I don't hate giving it to Dubon for sure. If I gave it to Dubon, I'd give it to him for utility as opposed to second base because I think that accentuates what his value is to this team. Just the ability to defensively, he's like a rich man's Mar Gonzalez. He's a guy who can play all the positions and, oh, by the way, plays them really, really well. He's a plus defensive player. It's not just that he's able to play them. He's able to play them at a really, really high level. Okay, they're coming in here. Evan Carter needs to end his on-base streak. Hex him. I say hex Seeker. I can't stand him. Garcia. Adolis Garcia looks to be warming up. Okay, that's interesting. he was the one who hit the fly ball to Brantley that probably, 8 times out of 10 is a gapper. So Adolis Garcia, and Adolis Garcia is that bat that's kind of in the middle of the lineup. That if he's, it's like hexing Jordan in some ways. He's
Oh boy, there's a lot of pressure on us now.
Big time.
Now that with each game, I mean, you're still very much in as close to a must-win as possible. Mm-hmm. Especially knowing that, you're gonna have to go to you're gonna have to go to Minute Maid at some point here. You can't drop this one tonight. I feel like this is a must-win before they have to go back to their home stadium.
I can't believe. I got to go find that spot in the game where you were talking about the damn foam balls in the batting machine. I can't believe I didn't hear that while I was watching the game.
Yeah, it was Rosenthal or what's his face, the two nerds they had on the side.
Verducci.
It was either Verducci or Rosenthal that was talking about the $15,000 pitching machine, and they wanted to simulate the rise on Javier's fastball.
Good job.
Yeah. The issue I wonder with that is, for one, way to be cheap about a really important thing, Rangers. Brzezinski was talking about the pitching machines that can completely replicate the spin rate and the shape of the pitch and everything with anybody's pitch. I'm wondering with the foam, the problem with the foam ball is that it will actually stay higher in its plane, which is cool and all, but it's the spin rate that makes it so deceptive. The spin rate allows the ball to do that. I feel like, if anything, that might have messed them up more so than the. I don't know. I don't want to give the Rangers tips on what they're doing right and wrong, but it didn't work last night. You and your foam balls. You can take your foam jock straps and your foam Legoland, whatever non-real little boy things you have, and just sit it out until you get a chance to go back to Minute Maid.
Hey, how about Scherzer looking pissy every time they check him at the end of each inning for the sticky stuff on his glove and his hands?
Yes, that was one of my favorite parts of watching Scherzer. It's turned into, because Scherzer, who's been ejected for sticky stuff violations this year, he gets so pissy about getting checked, even though every other pitcher gets checked coming off the mound all the time. He acts like he's being frisked by the man.
It's crazy.
He's like a greaser in a 1955 movie, and Officer Krupke's being mean to him. Just let it go, Scherzer. Yeah. They're just looking for sticky stuff that you've been known to use.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't be mad, dude, that you suck now. You're just like you're not. You're not. It's because it's not. You don't suck because it's not in there somewhere with you. You got hurt. You're old, and now you're coming back and you're rust. Don't take it out. Don't take it out on the poor umpires. That they're just doing their job, man.
Not to mention the umpires who are giving you an incredibly generous strike zone last night.
Yeah. What the hell?
One of the pitch tracking sites gave the Astros got screwed on, I think it was 7 pitch calls, whereas the Rangers got screwed on 0 last night.
Okay.
So even with the umpire that Scherzer can't stop glaring at, who nevertheless will give him every benefit of the doubt, they couldn't get it done by their way of cheating, which is through obviously bribing the umpire.
That's right. Astros have to play 9 on 10 every time, man. That's how it goes. Text message, Dubon is everything that Bill O'Brien wanted in a player. Smart, tough, and dependable.
He would have paid him so much money.
Oh, Dubon
would be making $35 million a year right now.
He'd have gotten Eric Murray's contract for sure. Okay, some of you do a complete team hex on the Rangers. It doesn't work that way, man.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Why would we
don't listen enough, man?
Why would we offend the baseball gods like that?
Crazy.
They would strike us with great force and furious vengeance if we did that.
Someone said hex Leclerc. He's their closer. If the Astros are trailing in this, maybe we do need to hex them. Maybe they'll come from behind if they get behind.
I would wait on a Leclerc one for a Minute Maid Park one.
Good. Yeah.
Let's wait for that. Yeah, if you're looking for a rally in the 9th inning, then that feels more like a game 6 or 7.
Good call, Wizard Seth. That's okay. Simeon's getting some on here. We already did Simeon earlier in the series. It worked out okay, not great.
It wasn't the best. No. I don't want to mess with we don't want to we're the Texans trying to run the ball here. We're not just going to keep we're not going to keep handing it off.
Simeon. Guys, he keeps going 4 for 5. Simeon.
Texans are at a different part in their life cycle. They're trying to establish some things. This is the Astros. This is a finished product that we're trying to tweak a little bit. Yeah.
Simeon, give it to me. Yeah. All right. We'll figure it out between now and 10 o'clock. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in. The fellas. The fellas are going to be out at Copperfield Buffalo Wild Wings. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Copperfield Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 for a Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site, and stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Copperfield. All right, let's circle back a little bit on the Texans here. I want Jimmy Ward picking out my Christmas gifts. We've got that, and also we're going process of elimination on the guys that aren't swarming enough for Nick Casario's taste, and we've got that audio for you next as well. Stay there.
Ability Trees is here for you.
Payne and Pendergast.
I want Jimmy Ward to be Jimmy Ward's kid. He does a good job at buying gifts. Christmas time, Jimmy Ward, adopt me, please. These are some badass scooters he bought his teammates. The company is Okai, O-K-A-I scooters. They're like a scooter and bike company. These are really cool. Jimmy Ward bought scooters for all of the defensive backs. As you pointed out, Seth, he's both a corner and a safety, technically, because he played a lot of slot corner last week. So that probably doubled the number of guys he had to buy these for. Like, crap, but I just buy them for the safeties, and that's it. Now I got to buy them for everybody.
That would be a pretty weird move if he had separated defensive backs in a gift-giving
Definitely
thing.
something I would do to cut cost, for sure.
They all meet in the same room.
Do they?
Yeah, it's the defensive backs meeting room. It's
Gotcha.
not like they're,
Okay.
So it would be really messed up if he had only bought the safeties. Those
kind of wish he'd done it now. Then that would have been fun. Hey, did you ever have a teammate buy a gift for everybody in the defensive lineman room during your career?
Just no, I don't think so.
You played with a bunch of jerks.
I don't think that's pretty. Well, you got to remember, people. Well, it's not like we were poor back in the day or anything. I don't know. There's a different level of pay these days.
That's true.
Where it's almost just like completely out of the. And again, it was always really, really good. But I do feel like I feel like the level of expectations for gift giving and everything have kind of gotten blown out of the water. So to make an impression, we used to. Nothing ever like this. Nothing ever like this.
To bring this back to football, because I do think this is, it's a fun little story.
Wait. Sorry. Since you asked me that question, I didn't have an answer prepared. Gary Walker offered to fly all of us out to the Pro Bowl in Hawaii one of the years that he made it. So, and a few guys took him up on it. I just wasn't able to. But that was a pretty badass gift.
That's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I think Andre Johnson did that too when he would make the Pro Bowl. He'd bring the wide receivers with him.
Yeah,
to the Pro Bowl. Because I remember David Anderson going a couple times. Like David Anderson got a couple free trips to Hawaii because he played with Andre Johnson. he was very happy about those trips.
I could see I could see David like getting in trouble at the hotel pool or something and yelling, "I'm here with Andre Johnson."
100%.
I'm here with Dre. Call Dre. 100%. He'll tell you who I am.
Yep.
Damn it.
Do you know who I am? No, sir. You're one of the kickers, right? Yeah. To bring this back to football, I do think something like this, while it's a fun little story, like I think it's indicative. I think it's sort of symbolic of Jimmy Ward's role that they envisioned him having when they brought him in here. Like this is something that a leader in a room does probably, buying all these scooters for guys and whatnot. And to that end, Seth, I think the free agent class that Nick Caserio brought in has paid off pretty well so far. I think, I think between Jimmy Ward, Sheldon Rankins. I'm talking about the 1 and 2 year guys they're bringing in here to be sort of these are like rich man culture setters. This is not Christian Kirksey and Kamu Grugier-Hill. Like these guys can actually play. But Jimmy Ward, Sheldon Rankins on the defensive side, Dalton Schultz is starting to pay off on the offense. Robert Woods has been really good for the Texans based on what the expectations were. I feel like the free agency class is a thumbs up right now for Nick Caserio.
Oh, yeah. No, I think the leadership side of things a lot of times is so overblown and people don't necessarily do a great job of identifying like who good veteran leaders are. And it's tough because every locker room is different. In some places, guys just thrive better in a certain environment as leaders. But Jimmy Ward, he talked about this on Richard Sherman's podcast. Jimmy Ward kind of learned about the importance of being a vocal leader from Richard Sherman when Richard Sherman came to the 49ers. And that was a team that had been really down on its luck and needed a turnaround. And Richard Sherman was part of the guys that came in and told guys like Jimmy Ward, look, you got to set a good example. You got to talk about guys. You got to hold guys to a certain standard. So I think Jimmy Ward is now having those conversations with Jalen Petrie. And as he said, Jalen Petrie doesn't need any encouragement on being vocal. He's very vocal already. But when it comes to, I think, stressing the right things and everything, like Jimmy Ward is that kind of guy. I think C.J. Stroud is a guy that's actually put a lot of thought into it and had learned a lot of lessons from Ryan Day, and he'll credit Ryan Day with a lot of the leadership lessons he's learned. But they're very conscious about it.
Yeah.
The other thing too, Sean, I don't want to be an overly cynical jerk here, but as far as like the actual gesture of buying the scooters,
yeah.
As I look at this, there is a good chance oftentimes in things like this,
Yeah.
this is coming from
Comp.
the manufacturer
Yeah.
itself, or I think the attorney does the attorney who has those billboards. Let's see.
You're gonna have to be more
it's something
specific.
different. No, I thought it was something different. It's there's somebody that's got a this might have been a sponsored deal.
Yeah.
He's,
No, that's
the
why
attorney that has those billboards.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The attorney with the billboards. I got
sorry.
you.
No, never mind. But there's a chance that this was a sponsored gig. I don't know if Jimmy paid for all those.
Yeah. No, that's why I was looking up who it was. He's got I'm looking at an Aaron Wilson tweet with it, but Aaron Wilson put the tag to the company in it, this Okai company. No, yeah, absolutely. It could. Jimmy Ward may not have pulled the credit card out for these. I choose to believe that he did, though, and I'm going to give him credit for it with no information as such. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Here was Nick Caserio earlier this week. We're talking about leadership. Because I think a lot of these guys, I sit here and say, Nick's free agency class is doing pretty well. Look, let's give D'Amico equal part in that for sure. Maybe more. A lot of these guys are probably the big reason they're coming to play is because they're playing for D'Amico Ryans, especially Jimmy Ward, who's got familiarity with him. Here was Nick Caserio earlier this week on how quickly, or maybe some guys not so quickly, following the swarm mentality.
Players came in here in spring with the right mindset, with the right attitude, and I think that's reflective of D'Amico. It's about a mindset, it's about a mentality. D'Amico's talked about it from day one, the swarm mindset and swarm mentality. I think the players have embraced that, probably some more than others. There's some players that probably have some catching up to do in that area, so what happened in the past doesn't really matter.
Okay. I mean, that was saucy and juicy. Guys have to catch up in the swarm area.
He admitted it another time too, like later in that same blurb. It wasn't the guy. It felt like he had some, obviously specific people in mind. I think as I tried to figure out who he might be talking about, the thing that really struck me was, I think the guys who have been on the field for the most part, especially these last few weeks, probably meet the swarm criteria. So. It's not like there's a guy out there that they're like drilling eyes through with lasers as they're watching from the booth, that this guy doesn't fit the swarm mentality. A lot of our listeners suggested Derek Stingley. I don't think it was Derek Stingley. Lamont, you know what? Lamont actually texted. He said something about you and I either carrying water for Derek Stingley.
I saw the text.
Trying to be overly nice to him. All I'm pointing out is that Stingley has been injured a lot. That's the fact of the matter. He's been injured a lot, and it's hard to exactly tell or get a gauge on what he's going to be as a player as long as he keeps getting injured. So, I don't know if me pointing out his injuries is carrying water for him or not. Sauce Gardner is clearly the better guy right now.
Yeah.
That's what I said too. Sauce Gardner has clearly been better than Derek Stingley. If Derek Stingley can't get healthy, then he'll totally be a bust if he can't get healthy. So we hope that at some point you get a stretch of him staying healthy and you can see exactly what he is.
I'm looking at an Adam Schefter tweet, and this is about Devonte Adams, just kind of shifting gears a little bit here, because the trade deadline's coming up pretty soon. The trade deadline is a week from this coming Tuesday. Halloween is the trade deadline. And I don't know how active the Texans are going to be. I know Nick was out of that too. Are you going to be active? And Nick's answer to everything is, when it comes to transactions, is always going to be, that we look at everything, which they do. Schefter tweets this, Seth. All-pro wide receiver Devonte Adams, coming off just 2 catches and a win over the Patriots, acknowledged Wednesday he is growing frustrated with his seemingly diminished role. What's funny about that is the Raiders are actually winning football games now. The Raiders have the same record as the Texans right now.
Yeah,
they've won their last 2 games. I don't think they beat the Patriots. I don't think they were super impressive wins, but I do find it to be a bit of a red flag with Devonte Adams. He's like, I only got 2 catches. Yeah, but you've won 2 games in a row for the first time in forever.
Oh, yeah. He just ultimately, I think Devonte Adams, it's been curious with him just in terms of, remember that was the first sign that, when everybody was trying to act like things were A-okay in Green Bay because Aaron Rodgers had re-signed, you're looking at it and you're like, all right, well, okay, Aaron Rodgers is happy that Randall Cobb is up there, but doesn't say a damn thing about Devonte Adams leaving. So, this is either an Aaron Rodgers issue or a Devonte Adams issue or both, and that Devonte Adams, somehow his lifelong dream had been to play for the Las Vegas Raiders,
right,
a team that had only existed for 1 or 2 years up to that point. I'm not with his boyhood friend Derek Carr. Now that his boyhood friend Derek Carr is gone,
I'm just pissed off.
Or not, I say boyhood, but from
college. They were
they knew
college
each other.
teammates, yeah.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all if Devonte Adams is chafing at Josh McDaniels' leadership and or the situation with the Raiders. But I will point out like how weird it was. Everything you just said was. Just think about what you just said. Hey, the Raiders are 3-3. That's the same record as the Texans. But and then what was the other weird thing you said after that? It was that
he had 2 catches, but and he's all mad. They've won 2 games in a row.
Yeah, like so the fact that it's a sign that hey, the Raiders aren't as bad as you thought they were. They've got the same record as the Texans. That's that's not a sentence a lot of people would have anticipated back in
6 weeks
September.
in. Hell no, no. These are Seth. These are the little things. The little things like the Texans, like the Raiders. Like, hey man, not a bad ball club. Same as the Texans. Absolutely. Yeah, the victory lap Devonte Adams took when he got traded to the Raiders was a little much for me. Like getting to play with Derek Carr was like, just the Xanadu. Like I'm finally away from Aaron Rodgers and I get to play with this guy who was basically benched after 15 games.
Look, and I continue to not know what in the world to think of Jimmy Garoppolo because he's way better than I think what people's knee-jerk reaction about Jimmy Garoppolo is, and yet he just does not stay healthy.
Nope.
And he throws too many turnovers, makes too many turnovers. But I think the biggest thing, first and foremost, is that he just does not stay healthy.
No.
And you've already seen that this year. So I don't know how you could ever look to I don't know how you could ever plan on moving forward with Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback.
Yep.
Yeah,
for sure. The coming up next, there's a comparison to C.J. Stroud that a national host makes. With me, I roll my eyes every time at it. Should I be rolling my eyes? Is this actually a huge, huge compliment for C.J. Stroud? We'll explain, and let's give away some Whiskey Talk tickets here. Let's go.
The Yellow Rose Bye-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night.
Definitely.
Be caller number 5 now. And you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bye-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
Amen to that. Yeah, give us a call, 713-572-4610, and you be that winner. I know some people are looking ahead on the schedule here. There would be no Astros game that night. So if they win the ALCS, World Series doesn't start till I believe Friday. So we'll chop it up about that as well if it's appropriate to do. So call in now, win, want to see you there. These are fun events. We have a great time at the Yellow Rose Distillery, and we will get a winner here right now. And up next, we'll talk about the comparison to C.J. Stroud that I actually take very little offense to now after reading an article here. We will do that next.
You will take very little offense to working out at home if you've got the right equipment. I think a lot of times people question whether, am I going to be committed enough to work out at home? Yes, if you have the right equipment. I work out at home. That's what I do. I don't go to the gym anymore at all unless I'm on vacation in a hotel somewhere because I just absolutely love the ease and convenience of working out at home. But I also found the right equipment for me. That's why it's so great that Johnson Fitness and Wellness stores are now open in Houston. They are the largest specialty fitness retailer in the country. They've got a huge selection of treadmills, ellipticals, which are my personal favorite, and my staple, strength equipment, rowers,
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, as you guys recall, Colin Cowherd damn near has a fetish for comparing C.J. Stroud to Jared Goff. Here's one example of many.
Now, C.J. Stroud is really, really promising. He's an adult. He's composed. He's good at the microphone. He's pretty accurate. He feels like an adult, right? Big, statuesque. Jared Goff with a little more mobility.
Okay.
That was the comp. I said going into the draft, it's a good comp.
Okay. And as you said over and over again in that particular segment 5 more times, he's Jared Goff with more mobility.
Right. And then would go on to basically use any argument about C.J. Stroud as if, like, it was completely valid to just insert Jared Goff into a situation.
That's right.
And be like, well, you see clearly that's not the guy because Jared Goff hasn't done this or hasn't done that. Versus, like, the issue there, I wasn't even offended on behalf of C.J. Stroud. It was, like, his incorrect way of using comps. Like, it's a valid comp as far as a prospect goes to say Pat Mahomes and Jay Cutler. That valid comp, you know? Huge arm, in a lot of ways was more of a see it and throw it guy, like Mahomes up to that point before he really became what he is now. Like, that's a good comp. But obviously, he's a different quarterback than Jared Cutler in a lot of ways, or Jay Cutler in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I got worked up about it because throughout the offseason, I thought, well, Jared Goff's okay. He's like a middle-of-the-road quarterback. I'm looking at the QB power rankings now on CBSSports.com, and I've looked at other QB power rankings as well. Jared Goff the consensus seems to be that he's a top 5 quarterback this year. Now, the Lions have a really good offense and a really good record. And I think they've got a chance to get to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. I do. Here's what CBS says about Jared Goff. Don't look now. The Goff is on pace for career numbers. He's now up to 40 passing TDs in his last year and a half with Detroit. This is peak Rams level Goff, except with more confidence. As long as his line holds up, he's sharp. So I guess maybe I should be thrilled that C.J. Stroud is getting compared to Jared Goff, Seth. Now,
I think that if anything, I feel like it's a bad look for Sean McVay if Jared Goff ends up succeeding. And it's it can only be so bad of a look. They ended up winning a Super Bowl with Matt Stafford.
I hate that they won that Super Bowl. I hate that they won that Super Bowl because, boy, the juicy storylines we would have if they weren't able to complete that playoff run.
You know what I should say? It's not necessarily a bad look for Sean McVay, but maybe it's instructional in that, man, a lot of times it really does come down to the right fit with the right player in a certain system. And the story that they told in that Playmakers podcast by Jordan Rodriguez, where she interviewed a bunch of people from the Kyle Shanahan tree, the story that RG3 claimed, and RG3's got a bit of an axe to grind with the Shanahan, so I'm always a little bit careful. But the story that RG3 told was that with McVay would constantly be in Jared Goff's ear, like right up until the snap, and that like giving instructions, almost like holding his hand and telling him, watch the safety, do this, do that, and it to the point where it was really hard for Jared Goff to get into his own rhythm and make his own decisions. I'd be interested to know, I don't think that's how Bobby Slowick is with C.J. Stroud. And for those of you who don't know, Sean McVay is in that Kyle Shanahan tree. Well, really like the Mike Shanahan tree. But they, obviously do things very similarly in a lot of ways. So I think that's probably what I would take from it, is that if Jared Goff might just be a better fit with Ben Johnson than he is with Sean McVay.
I think the top of these things are kind of instructive of that thing overall, of that sentiment overall, Seth. Tua's number one. Tua was on his way to being a journeyman when Brian Flores is the head coach. And then Mike McDaniel gets there. And Tua turns out to be a great fit for what McDaniel wants. It helps he's got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle as wide receivers, certainly. But Tua's getting the job done right now. Josh Allen in Buffalo is number 2. They tailored some things for him in that offense over the last few years. Patrick Mahomes, I think, would be good almost anywhere. He's just super. But Brock Purdy's 4. Like, Brock Purdy, that's a fit. You don't just plug him into any offense and he is what he is here. Brock Purdy is 4th on the QB power rankings right now. Because Brock Purdy. Yeah.
Brock Purdy, who was awful in that game last week, but it was a miserable game. It was just Brock Purdy Brock Purdy might have shown in that game just why it's really important for the 49ers to get home field advantage because in heavy rain he was really, really inaccurate. The ball slipped out of his hands a few times, once as a fumble, another couple times on errant throws downfield. So I guess that's the one thing that's your kryptonite potentially for the 49ers is that Brock Purdy doesn't do well in the weather for now.
CJ's 10th on the list.
Yeah.
He's 10th best. Deshaun Watson, 19th. On the list right now. That's an example of trying to take a guy and just jam a square peg into a round hole. The Stefanski offense, the Coop Shanistan offense, I was always intrigued by Deshaun getting an opportunity to play in it.
Yeah.
So far, so bad in Cleveland.
So far, so bad. The worst outcome so far with Deshaun is all the people that, and this always happens with quarterbacks, the classic, you don't know ball if you don't think that Deshaun was actually awesome in this game in which he was 10 for 33 and threw for 107 yards. You don't know ball if you don't see how incredible that Deshaun was just operating on a different level than everybody else. If you think that Deshaun only throwing for 300 yards never since he's been there means something, then you don't know ball. No, things aren't quite right, man. Things aren't quite right. Maybe they'll get right, but things aren't quite right.
Hey, real quick, Josh Young, is that who is getting the Hexaroo today?
We're going to hex Josh Young. Top
Ben?
3 and Rookie of the Year candidates.
Yep. 2 home runs yesterday. 2 two-run home runs yesterday. We got to cool him off.
Guy that might be working on a little bit of a legendary streak, or it's just started to bud out that you're hitting 350 or so in the playoffs. You got a couple home runs versus the Astros. I'm sorry, Young. You seem like a nice enough kid, but you're done for.
Yeah.
That's it for you. It's curtains.
Collateral damage. Sorry. And he's been good.
You'll have to wait until maybe next year to be a hero.
He's been pretty good defensively too, if I'm recalling correctly in this series so far.
Until tonight, apparently.
You're right. Yeah, no. I hope you enjoyed it, Ranger fans. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, Josh Young, did you see your hero, Max Scherzer, getting humiliated and destroyed by the Houston Astros last night?
Yep.
It's because he got that very hex that you now have upon you.
You're welcome.
How's that feel?
Yep.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Had a lot of text earlier when in headlines or the 8 o'clock, our last story was about the Lithuanian guy.
Oh, yeah.
Who faked 20 he at 20 different places, most of them in Spain, he faked a heart attack to get out of paying the check at a restaurant.
And it reminded me of a very famous internet video, which you haven't seen. I know a lot of other people haven't seen, because it's been out for like over 10 years. I just saw it a couple months ago for the first time, thanks to the Texans Bill. Thank you. And it's a video of a older gentleman getting put into handcuffs as they're trying to cram him into a police car in Australia. There's a backstory that gets very confusing, so I won't confuse you with that now. But this went viral for every reason you're about to hear.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Get some cups. Why did you do this to me? In the car. Get some cups. For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well.
Ben's dying in there.
I see that you know your judo.
Why does he talk like this?
Okay, so for a long time the story was that he was like a retired chess master that was wanted for fraud and all that. That was the original version I had read. It turns out the story is a little bit more plain and boring. That he was this painter in Australia who basically tried to act crazy to help get him out of whatever. I do think it was dining and dashing, but I'm not sure. But he was just trying to sound crazy because none of it makes any sense. I try to like this is Democracy Manifest. Is that like a chant or something? What the hell is this?
Succulent Chinese meal.
Yeah.
I feel like you could auto-tune that guy and come up with a pretty good song just based on the cadence of his voice.
Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir.
Yo, judo. Text message, Sean. Okay, I said this earlier in the show. This is someone listening on the rewind. I said that Brantley didn't go to the ground in the 6th inning on that catch, and that's what made me feel better about it. I knew he went to the ground after he caught it. What I probably worded it awkwardly. He didn't have to dive he wasn't making the catch as he was had his arms outstretched, sliding on the ground. I would have been worried about that if he's landing on the shoulder while he's making the catch. He made the catch while he was running, then went to the ground. Because you can fall. You can protect yourself a little easier once you've caught the ball. If you haven't caught the ball yet, it's hard to protect yourself if you're trying to make a play. But thank you. Greg listens to the show every day. I'm not coming at you, Greg. I'm just saying I'm explaining myself here on that. So Brantley was great, man. Brantley was
who are we going to have in today with Spillane?
Well, Spo's here. Why don't we ask him?
I know. Yeah. Like who's with Spillane?
Yeah. So he's Spo.
What's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
So who's with you today?
It's me. Just me and Figgy.
It's you and Figgy?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
What happened to John and Landry? All right.
I don't know.
Okay.
Wait, did we not know this? When did you find out you were working today, Spillane?
Early in the week. But it was supposed to be with John, and I have a question to ask Figgy about that.
Oh, okay.
Once we get started. It's kind of like,
You ready to go?
Of course.
Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are.
Spillane's
Spo's
ready to
fine,
go.
dude. Spo's a
Spo's
machine.
Spo will give you all the information and all the reasons that Josh Young needed to be the Hexie.
That's right.
For this one.
That's right.
To a much better degree. And also get you up to speed on the Rockets much better than Sean and I do.
Indeed. So what was other than the win, what was the takeaway from last night that has you feeling the best moving forward about the Astros?
They probably need to start wearing the gray jerseys at Minute Maid.
Yeah.
Just give that a shot.
Yeah.
But no, I thought that Christian Javier, I don't know what it is about these moments, but he really is unflinchable. And I think that that's pretty hard to find in this day and age where he just doesn't care about the situation. And you could see early on that he was
wild.
He was really good early. He was not. I thought he was much better in Minnesota than he was last night. You could tell just with the slider, but they had a good game plan. He executed his pitches at a high level, and I would feel very comfortable with him in a Game 7 against Max Scherzer if he gets there.
Yeah, that's what it would be, right? It would be Javier and Scherzer in a Game 7 at Minute Maid.
Yeah, and apparently they've definitely disallowed wearing the gray jerseys at home. Is that what you said earlier, Sean? Or did I mishear that?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Major League Baseball comes in and doesn't let you make any decisions for yourself when it comes to these playoff games. They're like, oh yeah, the league that's totally known for being awesome at modern professional sports, they're going to make the decisions. Thanks, Major League Baseball.
Yep. And mine is Kyle Tucker. What would you do? Okay, so what do you think the lineup's going to look like today?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Because I thought yesterday was easy because they were starting a righty. They're going to start a lefty today, and they're going to start a lefty tomorrow, too. And the Astros have kind of not wanted Michael Brantley to face left-handed pitching so far since he's been back. So I start to wonder if they will stick with what they did last night or if they go with something similar to what they did in Game 1, where it was McCormick in left field and Dubon playing center and then DHing Alvarez. So, and then once the Rangers go to the bullpen, especially if it's a righty, that's when you bring in Brantley.
Okay. What would you do?
I think I would probably go with the Game 1 lineup and go with McCormick.
You would?
And Dubon.
Okay.
Probably. I would have to have more information on what they see with Brantley and left-handed pitching.
Okay. As long as Dubon is in the lineup, I'm good. Like Dubon, I feel like not that he's a big bat or anything like that, but he's a little more consistent and kind of keeps the train moving along.
He's going to put the ball in play.
Yeah.
And you saw that in the first couple games. They needed somebody to put the ball in play.
Yep.
Hey, Adam, let me ask you one more question. Sean here is like peed his pants 7 times this morning over the prospect of Wembanyama basically taking over the NBA for the next 15 years. It's been pretty much.
There is a smell in here.
I saw him nutmeg G. Bullock last night on that dribble, and now I'm terrified.
Is that what? Yeah, give us some. Like, what are the prospects that Wembanyama just does lead this a resurgent Spurs team out of terror that's going to last a decade? Other than
I don't want to hear this answer.
I'll be honest. He looks a lot better already than I thought he would. Like, I thought it would take some time, but he looks. I mean, and remember, if they had won one more game last year, they would have been in that 3rd lottery spot. They'd have gotten him.
Spo, why? Why are you doing this?
They could have lost the coin toss, and they'd have gotten him.
Oh, my God.
They were 50-50. They could have gotten him.
I hate you both. All right.
Do you think Popovich ends up coaching like 10 more years because of this?
He's going to be 90 in that chair, I bet.
Oh, dude.
How old is he?
He's mid-70. I think he's 72, 73. Yeah.
74
years old, yeah.
So he got Duncan Like, there are old games of him where he just is this 40-year-old looking young guy.
I
and now
know.
all of a sudden he's in his 70s and he's still winning games. Or he will be winning games.
Just
this
his
year,
crotchety. All right, so we got Spo, we got Figgy in for John and Landry. Spo, have a great show.
Thank you. See you
All right.
tomorrow.
This was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to everybody except Josh Young.
Yeah,
Go die.
that's my man. All right, there you go. The great Seth Payne. We will hand it over now. In the Loop starts now.
Thank you, Sean. This is In the Loop. I am Adam Spillane, along with Figgy Fig, in for John and Landry. And Figgy, I got to ask you this question.
What's up?
So I've known pretty much the entire week that I was going to be in here today and tomorrow. Landry wasn't going to be here. I don't ask questions. I was then, so I'm up here yesterday, and as I'm leaving, I'm talking to Lopez, and I asked him, have they spent any time on this Texans topic that I wanted to get into? And he said no. And I said, okay, good, because I got takes on it. And I'm running through the takes. I'm giving him take after take after take, and he's kind of nodding along. Yeah, okay. So I leave, and then about 40 minutes later, I get a text saying that, hey, it's just going to be you and Figgy. So did John hear my takes and decide, you know what? I'm not putting up with this for 2 days. I'm taking a couple days off here.
It wouldn't be surprising, to be honest, man. He probably like, oh, Landry, you taking those days off too? Because honestly, man, I'm gonna pull the curtain back a little bit.
Okay.
I had no idea they were taking off those days. I found out in the show meeting, and I'm like, oh, okay. And all I heard was Parker say, hey, yeah, we gonna find somebody to fill in. You know, no big deal. And then as the days got closer, he came in and said, hey, Figgy, you want to co-host with Adam Spillane? I said, sure. I'm down with it.
So should I take this personally, though, that Lopez he bailed on us?
I would say only on Wednesday when you come in next week. You should give him like a stare or something and say, hey, thanks for leaving me high and dry. But that's it. I don't think, I wouldn't take it personally.
Okay, I'm just checking in. I'm just seeing, because you know them better than I do, and you're around them more than I am. So I figured if you had any insight, and if anybody had any insight into this, it would be you. But I don't think that Lopez heard these takes, and I'm going to give them to you later. Don't worry. We're going to go Astros and Texans heavy today. I might hold off on some Rocket stuff for tomorrow as they start their season in less than a week. They've got their last preseason game tomorrow night at Toyota Center. But we'll start here with Game 3 of the ALCS as the Astros really keep their season alive by beating the Rangers yesterday. And you know, I think there was a lot of angst around here after Games 1 and 2, but you could see like there are 2-0 deficits, and then there are 2-0 deficits. And you look at the Astros 2-0 deficit, it's very different from what, let's say, the Diamondbacks are looking at being down 2-0 in the NLCS. The Diamondbacks have been thoroughly outplayed their first 2 games against the Phillies. They fell behind right away in Game 1. They staged a little bit of a comeback, but they came up short. And then in Game 2, they fall behind right away and they lose 10-0. Like, that is not what the Astros have been facing in Games 1 and 2. Game 1, they lose 2-0. Texas gets its first run in the second inning against Justin Verlander. Evan Carter sneaks the ball right past Jose Abreu. He stretches that into a double. He was almost thrown out at second base by Kyle Tucker. And then I think it was Jonah Heim drives him in with the double. So that's how they get their first run. Then the second run, Verlander hangs a slider to Leody Taveras. The Astros had their chances, especially in the 8th inning. Evan Carter makes the great catch on Alex Bregman in the 8th, and then they double up Jose Altuve. The Astros didn't do much offensively in that game, but they had a couple of chances. Then you look at Game 2. We all know Framber Valdez was bad in Game 2. He pitched poorly. He let things snowball on him. But that inning wasn't quite, when you go back and look at that inning, it's not quite as bad as maybe you would think. The first hitter, Marcus Semien, hits a ball to shortstop that just gets past Jeremy Pena. I mean, that's probably a 40-60 type play. Pena has a chance to make that play. Maybe he doesn't throw him out. Who knows? But it's a play that Pena can make. The very next pitch is a Corey Seager flare down the left field line, 66 miles an hour off the bat. I mean, both those pitches, Texas starts off the game 2 for 2 on the first 2 pitches of the game. You have a sinker that was out of the zone. It was below the strike zone. And you give Marcus Semien credit. He's a good hitter. The next pitch, right on the edge, right on that outer edge to Corey Seager. Seager's a really good hitter, puts the ball in play, finds a hole in the defense, and then things start to snowball because Framber Valdez can't field his position. So, like, one or two, like, routine things happen. Like, if Corey Seager doesn't hit a 66-mile-an-hour pitch or doesn't hit a ball 66 miles an hour to no man's land, maybe you make that catch. Maybe you get an out there. If Framber Valdez can field his position, maybe that inning turns out a little bit differently. And then, of course, as we know, the Astros bullpen was tremendous in that game, really holding a very good Rangers team down for the final, 6 innings? And it gave them a chance to win the game. They just didn't take advantage of their opportunities. But as Dusty Baker likes to say, they had action all throughout that game. Bases loaded in the 5th, an opportunity in the 8th. They had an opportunity in the 9th. They could not come through. So this was a very yes, they were up 2-0, but this was a very close 2-0. It could have very easily been 1-1. It could have very easily been 2-0 Astros after those first 2 games. It wasn't. And the one thing that just from being around this team the last few years, it is not a team that's ever going to get overwhelmed by the situation. It is as mentally tough a group as you are going to find. And then what happened yesterday? They come through, and they did what they have done so many times over this 7-year stretch. Doesn't matter if it's at home. It doesn't matter if it's on the road. They are going to come up big when they need to. And this team has been down 0-2 in a series coming into this one twice. Both times they took that series to 7 games. Normally you go down 0-2, you get swept, you lose in 5, whatever. But 2019 against Washington, they go to 7. 2020 against Tampa Bay, they're down 0-3, and they still go to 7. So this team, and Chas McCormick said it best after the game on Monday, this team's never going to quit. And they are now right back in this series, and we'll get into Game 4 coming up, but I think that they have to feel really good about where they are at, even though they are down 1-2 playing in a building that they've had a lot of success in this season. Let's kind of go through some of the key aspects of yesterday's game, and the first is in the 2nd inning, and it started with Max Scherzer hitting Yordan Alvarez to lead off the frame. And Alvarez, obviously, was not moving well. He kind of went, the way that he went down, he got hit right on the foot, and there's no padding or anything on there. And he went down in a little bit of a heap, so you're a little worried there. He gets up, he's fine. But then a couple of moves that Dusty Baker made going into yesterday's game, a couple lineup adjustment really worked out. First, you have Kyle Tucker getting moved down to 6th. He hit the ball hard every time he came up. He works a walk in that inning. You have Mauricio Dubon playing center field. He has a big base hit in that inning to load the bases. So they have the bases loaded, nobody out. And then what we had seen a lot of in the first 2 games, the Astros not coming through in big spots, and you have Jeremy Pena pop out to shallow center, and now the inning gets left up to Martin Maldonado. And hey, you guys complain about Martin Maldonado a lot. I hear it all the time. I see it all the time. I understand it. But there is a reason why he is always in these games. And they have a lot of faith in him, both defensively, and I know he's a bad hitter. Listen, we all know he's a bad hitter. We all have eyes. We all can see the numbers. But he's going to at least give you, most often or not, a competitive at bat. And he takes that slider in the dirt from Scherzer. It gets away from Heim. A run scores. The Astros get on the board. And then it's a 2-strike count. And Maldonado takes a fastball, and he sends it into left field. And he drives in 2 runs, and right there, that almost felt like it was the game. And when you can get contributions out of guys at the bottom of your lineup, it makes life so much easier on you. So you have Maldonado, a big offensive game. Dubon batting 7th has 3 hits. Just makes life so much easier on the rest of your guys. You got the home run by Altuve. Alvarez was kept in the yard by Leody Taveras, but again, he has such a big impact on things. Michael Brantley didn't have a hit. That's okay. All in all, the things that you saw in Game 3, those are the things that you really saw in Minnesota also. Now let's go to the mound.
Wait, let me ask you something real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think the Astros should stick with this lineup, the lineup they had last night, going forward?
I don't know yet. I think it's tough, and I want to look this up before I say it. And we're going to get into some questions that I have for the rest of the series, but Michael Brantley against left-handed pitching, it's not something that they have done a lot of. You look this season, the numbers, I mean, it's a very small sample size, but in the regular season, he had 12 plate appearances against left-handed pitchers. He was 3 for 11. Now, that's okay. But as we saw in the first game, they wanted to keep him away from the lefties. And also, I think that they like McCormick and they like Dubon against left-handed pitching. So I think what you could wind up seeing, and I think this is what they wanted to do in game one, is that you start that McCormick-Dubon outfield, and then once the Rangers go to the bullpen, that's when you bring in Brantley. And one of the things that Bruce Bochy did in game one, you look at Jordan Montgomery's line. He left him out for the seventh inning. He let him face Dubon in the seventh. And to me, if they had gone to the bullpen, if they had gone to Josh Spores to start the seventh inning, I think then the Astros would have countered with Brantley. But because they stuck with Montgomery, the Astros stuck with Dubon. Brantley wound up staying on the bench. So I think that is one of the interesting adjustments that I want to see, because the next two nights, the Rangers are going with left-handed starters. I don't think that Andrew Haney's going to go deep in this game today. I think it'll be very similar to what you saw.
Bullpen game?
Yeah, it's very similar to what you saw with Scherzer, and Scherzer just wasn't stretched out more than anything. But I really think that they will start with Haney, and then they might go to Dunning, or they might go into the rest of that bullpen, just kind of depending on where they're at in the lineup. But it's kind of the fun little chess match that you see. And you see some teams, when you get to the postseason, they will have a lineup for lefties. Like you saw this with Minnesota. Minnesota started a very different lineup in game one against Verlander than they did in game two against Valdez, because they didn't want all the lefties facing Valdez. So once Valdez is out of the game, then you start bringing in all your lefties off the bench.
Okay.
That's not something that the Astros do a lot of, just because they play the same guys, but this is the one time where they might go with that left-right platoon. But that's one of those things, we won't see it until we're off the air. But I don't know what they would do, and to be honest, I'm not sure what they should do. I don't know if there's a right answer to that question.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okay, I got you.
So, but it's nice to have options.
Yeah.
And the way that Dubon has played, it gives you options. The way McCormick has played all season, I know he hasn't been real good in the postseason, but it does give you options.
Yeah, Dubon, I feel like it's hard to take him out at this point. Like, I would be nervous to sit him.
And he brings you a lot at the plate. He's not the best hitter in the world, but he's going to put the ball in play, and that's important to have, especially in Arlington.
At the bottom of the lineup, too.
Yeah, but also that park is so big that if you can hit a line drive anywhere there's a good chance that it drops. Yeah. So, he's not. McCormick is an all-around better hitter, but Dubon gives them something that McCormick doesn't, and that's just the ability to put the ball in play. Like, just think, they have the bases loaded with nobody out in game two in the fifth inning. They go with Yainer Diaz pinch hitting in that spot. Diaz is a guy who's going to strike out a good deal. He did strike out in that spot. Just think if they go with the contact guy in that spot instead of the guy who's going to, swing at everything, or he's going to come up empty on some swings. So those are kind of the little things, and I think that Dubon has done enough, not just in this postseason, but just throughout the season, where he has earned a great deal of trust. So that's one of my big questions, though, going into game number 4. The pitching last night, and really the pitching the entire series, has been terrific. And this Rangers offense is the best in the American League. I don't think. I mean, you look 1 through 9. There's no break. Like, there's no two batter break at the bottom of the order where you can say, okay, I can breathe, I can collect myself, I can go after these two guys, and then I got to go take care of the guys at the top. Now, that's not how it is. Leody Taveras is batting 9th for them, and Leody Taveras has had a really good series. Josh Young hit 2 home runs in last night's game. He's batting 8th. That's how good this Rangers lineup has been, not just in this, just the entire season. The Astros have done a good job, though. You give up 2 runs in game 1. You hold them to just the 5 runs in game 2. Texas did not do anything after the 3rd inning of game 2. The Astros pitching has not been the issue. And again, it's Christian Javier. And I don't know what it is.
You got to playoff switch or something, man.
It's not just the playoff. It's just big game.
Yeah.
You look, game 162 in Arizona, they needed a big start. They gave him a big start. Now, the Diamondbacks aided that a little bit by sitting a lot of their guys, as they had clinched the playoff spot the night before. But he came up big when you needed. And yesterday, you could tell the fastball was very good early. Like, he had that rise on the fastball that you're looking for. And we'll see. We have seen Javier just rack up strikeouts. He did not do that yesterday. Did not get a lot of strikeouts in yesterday's game. Did not get a lot of swinging strikes, especially with the fastball. But they could not barrel that fastball up. And so you saw a lot of fly balls to the medium depth of the outfield, and that's what makes Javier really good. He's a fly ball pitcher, but if you can't barrel him up, then it's very similar to Verlander. If you can't barrel those guys up, like there's an art to being able to miss bats or to being able to miss barrels. And that's what Javier was able to do so effectively in last night's game. He did not have the good breaking ball, at least early on. They went fastball heavy really the first couple of innings. I think it was the first 14, 15 pitches of the night, he went with the four seam, and it worked. And he's the type of guy that when he is commanding that pitch well and when he is throwing that pitch where he wants it, it does not matter if you know it's coming. You cannot do anything with it. And this is a guy who throws 93, and there are very few pitchers. I think there might have been maybe 8 pitchers, maybe even fewer than that, of all the pitchers who threw more than 100 innings this year that threw their fastball more often than Javier. Like, that is a pitch that he really leans on. It is his best pitch. It's what got him to the big leagues. And he doesn't throw 100, but that ball just does stuff that a lot of fastballs aren't able to do, and it puts him in position to get guys out. And that's not an easy lineup. You know, he has struggled against left-handed hitters, during the regular season. Twins set their lineup with lefties in Game 3 in Minnesota. He handled them. He really used the breaking ball effectively. He used the changeup effectively. The Rangers, again, they stacked their lineup with left-handed hitters. And again, Javier was able to handle it.
He actually struggled against the Rangers. I think his last start, he kind of got.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he struggled for most of the second half of the year.
Yeah.
I think one of his worst starts might have been in that building in Arlington.
Yeah.
And again, he's unflappable. I think in the press conference before on the workout day on Tuesday, Martin Maldonado literally took his pulse to see if he had one, because that's just how he is. He's just very calm, shows very little emotion.
Man, the man didn't sweat.
He doesn't.
He wasn't sweating, literally.
And what's been impressive about this run for him in the playoffs, everything's been on the road. You know, he's the type of guy who's going to start in the middle of a series, and because the Astros always have home field advantage, he's starting in the middle of the series. So he has not made a start in the postseason at home. Now, that would change if this series goes to a Game 7.
Yeah.
And I think that if you're the Astros, you feel pretty good about how.
Is he lined up to start a Game 7?
Yes.
Okay.
So the pitching matchup that you had last night, that would be in all likelihood Game 7. Now let's go to Scherzer real quick. The results for Scherzer weren't good, and I think that was to be expected. And this was something that the Rangers, and they're in a tough spot. Like, granted, they are in a tough spot because you have a guy who hasn't pitched in a month and hasn't, pitched in a game in a month. But what are you supposed to do? You're not going to start Max Scherzer? No, you're going to start Max Scherzer in that game. So the fact that he did not pitch great, not a big surprise. What would be encouraging for Texas, though, the velocity was good, and he was just rusty. So I think that if this series does get to a Game 7, you would see a much better version of Max Scherzer in that game. But I still think the Astros would go into that sort of a game, and I think that they would feel pretty good about that matchup just based off of, does anybody think Christian Javier is going to be overwhelmed by a Game 7?
Nope.
No, of course not.
Nope.
There's no way to think that, or there's no reason to think that. It's just a matter of, can they get there? And the Astros still got to get a couple wins. They're not guaranteed of getting this series back to Minute Maid. They need to split one of these next 2 games, or they need to get at least a split. But frankly, if I'm them, I want to get both, because I don't want to have to come back here needing to win 2 games. I can't remember the last time that they have won back-to-back games at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
It has been a very, very long time. All right, when we come back, Jose Urquidy getting the ball for the Astros in Game 4. Today is the 4-year anniversary of when Urquidy really put himself on the map of being able to pitch well in big games. We'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, man, that weather's got me wanting to get outside and cook, grill, smoke some meat. I'm